Yes, because I've got that set up, that set up, that set up. So, yes. There we go. Brilliant. Yes, we're back with more Shibuya. More craziness in Shibuya. It seems like the first thing we should access is Tano, as everyone else is stuck, it seems. I mean, Kano. So let's go with them. To the Syndicate hideout. Following Kano's instructions, Stanley drove toward the Crime Syndicate's hound. There was a good chance that this was where Maria was being held. Travel was practically non-existent, and they made good time. They cruised down Miemusaka, then passed the train station toward Dogenzaka. All the while, the two men stared out of the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at Shinsencho intersection. Take a right here, Kano said. You nervous? Stanley asked as he made a turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. This syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead. He and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. Well, yeah, that is an issue with kidnapping cases. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage safety into account? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. Well, the syndicates hang out sooner than Kano anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomigeya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. But anyway, it looked like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock. More frequently used by let's see, Glock. Yep, Glock 17. Also, as some gun aficionados would call it, the butterface of guns. Oh, for God's sake. Because it's an ugly fucker, but it works so well that it's hard not to love, basically. Because it can work in all kinds of situations. Yeah, known for an incorporation of large amounts of polymer. Yeah, it's developed in Austria, that's it. Woohoo, what was that? Oh, a subscription, hey, adaptable! Stabby stab indeed. Well, I've already self the stabby stab. But here's a gun, so it's shooty shoot. But yeah, Glock 17, semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military use. Normally for its incorporation of large amounts of polymer in its design, a certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue claiming that the Glock would not show up on an airport X-ray machines. But since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, this is surely not true. Well, yeah, obviously. The barrel's fucking metal. It's going to be easily show up on the X-rays. But it's mostly popular because it's so fucking reliable. You're far more likely to pick up a Glock with dodgy condition and for it to fire and cycle without any issue than pretty much any other gun. But that's also why it's called the butterface of guns, because I mean, look at the fucking thing. But yeah, used by the FBI and the CIA. February investigation, American Investigation Bureau established in the US Department of Justice 1908 as the authority on matters involving crimes that cross state lines as well as threats to public order such as espionage and terrorism. Generally speaking, the FBI conducts its activities within the US states. Yeah, generally. Not always, but generally. Central Intelligence Agency. One of the principal agencies of the U.S. intelligence community, reporting to the Director of National Intelligence, possessing in considerable budgetary resources and a vast network of highly trained personnel. So it carries out intelligence gathering and covert operations primarily overseas. In recent years, the nation has been devoting major efforts to counter-terrorism. As well they do, yeah. Caleb Jupiter and Gunn, the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond the wooden door at the far end of the hall. Please don't let this be what I think it is, Caleb thought to himself. Sweat beamed on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering, and came the sound of something heavy falling on the floor. Oh yeah. Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Caleb rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. Chances are she's not in there. Oh shit. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled out across the floor. He thought he recognised them all, the men who participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Had these guys all turned on each other? Ah, that could have been the case. None of the victims was holding a knife, which meant that whoever killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Conan come to this conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. Stanley! The ogre was fallen on the floor, face down. Conan rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed to the back. Fucking hell! Without an instant's hesitation, Conan stood up again, gun at the ready. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the killer. Who the hell is this killer? Like some sort of anime character? But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed mere moments ago. Someone had to be here somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up behind him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses! Theo hadn't checked them. Hadn't checked to make sure they were all really dead. With his last thought, he realised that had been his fatal mistake. It was Salico! Ooh. I thought they were dead. Last, there's nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever was wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turned up a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1310, which should keep those two from meeting such a grisly end. Huh, okay. So we're gonna have to find someone who causes a traffic jam to change the timeline. Yeah, we're kind of locked out of that one until we can find a way to alter things. I want to see what's going on with old Tama. Yep, all that fucking hammer. Yeah, burning hammer, that's it. Bob's burning hammer littered the pavement, shattered in tiny bits of glass. The recycling guy was really careless of the boxes. It shouldn't have caused this much of a mess. It's like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. The heck with this thing? Oh, that's the hope thing he gave her. I tossed away the miracle stone, which has clearly brought me only bad luck. I can't have a product demo without the product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid for this whole fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I try to give myself a pep talk, but I hear the doubt in my own voice. I try to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration is like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my mind for the best course of an action, and at long last I arrive at the conclusion. So then I'm going to have to sell some Birmingham hammer. I'll have to find something. Well, considering last time we tried something else, it failed. So let's try but try and somehow find a way of selling it. So I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. The flyers have already been handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get burning hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles, and possibly water it down some, but getting the stuff sold is my only option. I has noticed one of the cardboard boxes, and I noticed an odd mark that's stamped on it. Wait a second. I've seen this before! Of course, something Chiri said earlier. This is the sort of thing they'd sell in 100 yen shops or something. Ah! One of the boxes is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it. I can see that there's more at the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can. Wait, a glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dawning light in the distance. Point is, there's not much. As soon as I reach my mirror, I crash right into someone. It's Chiri! Oh hey, find it? She asks. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. Words are hard to get out when I'm panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know. Got it, leave it to me. Chiri nods and I break back into a run. Yeah, if you water it down, it'll probably make it safe. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard box I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck. I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. Oh, let me guess. Nothing? Or is it burning hammer? It is! It's burning hammer! It's taken tiny bottles. No mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, alright? There's 50 bottles per box, and there are 4 boxes in total. Yes! Assuming each bottle is 100 yen including tax, I can buy the whole lot with 20,000. The 20,000 I've got in my wallet. She said he was selling the bottles for the demo at 15,000 yen a piece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debt, no problem. Oh, what's the deal with you? The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my get-up. This stuff, I like your entire stock. I put in the burning hammer and the clerk makes an awkward face. I'm afraid that's already been sold. What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in the right mind could possibly want all of this. Yes, all of it, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn the extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you gotta help me out. I'm afraid it's out of my hands. Then, could you get in touch with the buyer? Tell them I'm willing to negotiate. I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but actually, would you mind waiting for a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP. 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say. That's odd, the sales clerk murmurs. She said on the phone she'd come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up. I really need this right away. I understand that, but please, it's out of my hands. The now sales demo has already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme. I always said I can't do that. Gimme! Would you please wait a moment? Why did I spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put this stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? What was it all for? Yeah! Look over there! It's a chupacabra! Huh? Yoink! Seizing the moment, I snatch up the boxes of bloody hammer and go on for it. Hey, hold it right there, miss! The sales clerk is quick to bar my path. Oof! I barrel my way right past him. Oh, this guy's not having any luck today, is he? I bump him harder than intended as I race by. He loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop. At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle. Some sort of liquid begins gushing from the red. Oh, that's not good. Oh no! So Chris' eyes go wide instead of fixating on something on the sidewalk nearby. Uh-oh. It's a cigarette! Yep. Tama just committed murder. Or committed arson. The burning butt ignites the liquid in the suddenly massive blaze. And now today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety store in Udagara in Shibuya. The cause of which remains unknown. I was reported to see an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. 7 hours after the incident, the cat remains at large. Well, that's not a good end, is it? Yeah. Bad end. Fled the country. Tama wound up as the prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the buyer had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might never have happened, to say nothing of the rest, as a matter of fact. The buyer was just outside the shop at the critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. That someone's actions at 13:05 are the key to changing Tama's fate. Okay, so who knocked in? Maybe? I don't know. Oh yeah, I think he's interviewing everyone. Maybe he's the problem. Right. Left. Sprinted down Centre guy, dodging between oncoming pedestrians. Out of my way! Can't you people see I'm in a hurry? He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Bunny Hammer sales demo would be getting underway at any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Sterling wanted to get to the venue ASAP. He felt like things were going to feel for things before they got started. Best time to scope out the event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him. It had been a combative education. Nukawa learned despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. Oh, give me a break! What's wrong with my article? He shouted. His voice was so loud that it was loud enough to carry through the editing department. Shut up, I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it. Toyama was sticking to his guns. I recalled the scenes from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper and Toyama was his boss. Toyama was a copy editor for local news known as the Red Pen Gatekeeper. He would go round checking young reporters' copy like mad. Due to his vigorous efforts, a great many articles never made it to the page. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong with it. All of it! How can it be all of it? Co-workers stared, keeping the distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. These arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everybody had learned not to try and intervene. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it again. I could read it over and over and it'd still be the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now, go calm down and write me a more neutral piece. Neutral. Taking neither of two opposing sides, the media typically seeks to adopt a neutral stance. Bullshit. In the news. Frequently, however, bias reporting still results in one-sided thinking taking hold amongst the general public. In the end, it is up to the individual to make an objective assessment of any news event. Calm down, you must be joking. I write what I feel is in my heart. That's the only thing I refuse to back down on. Then it's the one thing that will keep getting your copy rejected. Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing? Yeah, I did. But I don't remember telling you to write me garbage. By now, Rico and Toyama were practically at each other's throats. Still, despite these almost daily shouting matches, Miyamokawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. I'm not sure I'd call them skills. Up until he quit his position at the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. Now a dying breed in Japan. Charming. The sawtooth would be inclined to use knuckles before words to remedy a child's bad behaviour. Inflexible, but still emotionally brittle, their signature move is to drive a wayward kid out of the house with the exclamation, "You fool! You're no son of mine, I disown you!" Only to wait a while, go find the son, who's crying down by the dry riverbed, and calmly murmur, "Come on, your supper is getting cold." Yeah, that's a fairly accurate term. But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he had abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made his blood boil. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man had been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, it was getting close to the demo site. He increases speed. Boom! He wound up barreling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. In the open general variety store, the place is prominently a second-hand shop with posters inside proclaiming things like, "We'll take what you don't need, and we buy computers at top prices." Kind of like a charity shop, or I believe in America they have those sort of shops, thrift shops. It was a girl about high school age. She jumped to her feet and snatched me by the collar. "Hey, watch where you're going!" she snapped. Her upper body strength was impressive, to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. No, I think this is the issue that causes the issue earlier. So let's just say, sorry, and Baron said. Baron said an apology. He was in too much of a rush. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught up in the argument now. But the girl didn't. Oh shit! So she tightened her grip. Look, I'm sorry for not looking where I was going. Barely croak out an apology. Fine, I'll let it slide once. The girl said she relaxed her hold on the skull. Wait, hold on, she murmured. She stared good and hard at his face. "Hey, you're Mr. Muraka." Surprised, gave her another look. "Miku? Yeah, wow, you really do remember me." He smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she'd just been wringing his neck. "Wow, how long has it been?" she asked. "About 5 years, I think." "You still doing your bonsai stuff?" "Nah," she replied. "Gave that up." "You had been Japanese bonsai champion back when she was in the bonsai?" Mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art has attracted more young people, as are other aspects of Japanese style interior design. Varieties of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming more popular with practitioners, as are fruit-bearing trees such as plum leaf apple. There are even spherical balls of soil covered in moss shaped to look like cute little miniature planets, with plants growing over their surface. Oh, you mean like those biomes? Hey, gamer, how you doing? But the idea of it being a champion? How can you be a champion at bonsai? One day, local delinquents had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai plants. We go and met her when he interviewed her about the incident. "I want to get strong," she said. "Strong enough to beat those guys up." So we go around and introduced Miko to an acquaintance of his who ran martial arts dojo. That explains her strength. Well, you sure you're strong, right? And it's battle time. Alien conglomerate nation. Oh, thank you for the banning. Thank you for the banning, yeah. So, you know, take that. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't be doing that. I should be doing this. That's the one. There we go. Is Seiya not Seiya? I don't know. Is Seiya not Seiya? I don't really know anymore. I don't keep up with this stuff. Oh yeah, I should have gone through my thing and blocked people that Sandy had reported on a while back, shouldn't I? I've been just I've been too distracted with RimWorld recently. Playing too many mods. Alright, well, I'm guessing neither of these people are in chat, so I'll do it random. There you go, it's saying on say, got the 200. Now let's enter the new event. Right, go up there for more gold, or we go this way, hit blue, and the hell is that? Corridor of masks. Yeah, let's go this way then. Oh wait, we can go that way. Hit green, then blue. For the Monokuma pop yesterday. Nice, very nice. I'm watching a series that's kind of like Danganronpa. It's called Togachi Games. The idea of that series is that someone steals money at a school, and then they use that money to put the group of friends into a competition where their trusts get tested to like the extreme. And someone did it on purpose to fuck up their friendship, but also in a way of shifting their debt onto someone else, or increasing that person's debt. The unfortunate thing about the series is that it's about 7 episodes long, and about the 3rd or 4th episode you find out who did it. So the mystery doesn't actually last very long. Oh, I'll look at what was it called again? That's it, Tomodachi Game. I'll quickly show you and mute the game audio for it. But I'll just quickly show you the trailer. There you go. Yeah.
先日集めた修学旅行費200万円が盗まれてしまった。お願いよ。犯人がいるなら名乗り出て。いかすも気持ちいいしたい。嫌いことで友達。疑わないこと。
Never tell your friends.
ハッピーにこの友達ゲームをクリアする方法だよ。この中に裏切り者が。俺にとって一番大切なのはお金だよ。友達。 家に入れた。なんで2000万円も借金した。秘密覚悟。俺たちの誰かを恨んでるのか。このままじゃ俺の心がみんなを疑う心で黒く染まっていく。なあお前ら。騒
He's an interesting character, but it's also kind of fucked up that his parents had some very different opinions on things. Like, his father was saying, oh, the most important thing in life is money. And his mother was like, no, the most important thing in life is friends. But yeah, that's the game. Tomodachi game. See if I can... I'll post that in chat so you can remember the name. There you go. Tomodachi game. But anyway, speaking of game. Alright, let me get the sound back on. But yeah, what do you think of that then, gamer? Assuming you were paying attention. Well, I hope you were anyway. I hope you were paying attention to the trailer anyway. But yeah, like I said, the bad bit about it is it's short and you find out who the traitor is in like the 3rd or 4th episode. I'm on like the 5th one now where... Oh no, I think the 6th one now where... At the end of the 5th one, he basically, the traitor got exposed. And now they're kind of like, you know, so why did you do it? And to be honest, his motivation is... He's just... This character was just pathetic. Let me just put it that way. Let me just put it that way. The reason the person wants to break up the relationship is because they're pathetic. That's my non-spoilery opinion. But yeah, it's on Crunchyroll, as you can see. It was recommended, some people mentioned it, and they said, you know, it wasn't that good, but, yeah, okay. Yeah, I kind of agree. That's the sort of girl I am. You hand him a flyer. It read, Ladies Mixed Martial Arts Pub Bride. What? A show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial arts fighters who were facing financial difficulties. There is an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fights while enjoying their drinks. Jesus. But the art, oh my god. Look at the art there. They're so fucking buff, they look like men. Jesus. That's not how the human body works. Jesus. Present this flyer for a free drink. Oh really? There were 7 on Crunchyroll. Or maybe I'm miscounting, but I'm pretty certain it was 7. Or do you mean dubbed? I know for the fact that the subbed ones, they've got all like 7 of them, but that's not it over there. A free drink with this flyer. Oh bloody hell, I would need a drink seeing that flyer. I mean, Jesus, the art style. Christ. A space where you can watch girls fight in a ring while you have some drinks, like you said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Oh, I could feel myself being pulled in all the wrong directions by the prospect. You could come see some of the matches sometime. I'm the reigning champion. You could be implied. Wait, you're the champion? Yeah, it's a good thing I apologise when I did. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime. Sometimes doing it. Right now, I'm in a sort of hurry though. Oh, sure, you said, catch you later then. You're heading to the shop as we rushed off towards the sales demo. Yeah, dubbed, okay, yeah, I mean, I prefer sub over dub personally, but I mean, to each their own. I know some people have more of a difficulty with reading and that, so I don't, you know, I don't put any kind of, gatekeepery or like pressure on someone if you can't read that well. Yeah, if you can't read that well, it's fine. Or if you just prefer dubs, it's fine. You know, to each their own. But yeah, subbed is 7, so yeah. They're also kind of short episodes as well, they're not that long, so yeah. Let's see, at long last, he arrived at Nakane Building, where the event was being held. All my elevator was plastered with posters about Burning Hammer. Get it or regret it. As seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is blatantly false advertising. That is one of the most correct statements that has ever been made in this game about one of these highlighted bits. Blatant false advertising. Messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they'd been thrown together at the last minute. It probably was, actually, to be honest. The girl avoided the elevator in favour of the stairs, rushing up to the event side on the 3rd floor. The event side on the 3rd floor. When the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the terrace room. He followed the arrows to a room deep within the building. On the door, he saw about 50 chairs, most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. Apparently the event was yet to begin. I quickly looked over the crowd. Roughly half the women were somewhat elderly. All of them looked like they could stand to lose some weight. And some of them, at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. If I mean, text while watching takes away from the show. No, that's fair. Especially with some of the more wordy things, I can imagine. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist, though? Ah well, I was going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into the journalism mode. You know, I would laugh if watering down this burning hammer actually made it effective, but not murderous so, like we've seen in the previous in previous moments of this game, where people drink it but haven't eaten anything, they go fucking bananas. Like, absolutely crazy. He turned back as the demo didn't start, and began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. The audience broke into applause, their patience finally rewarded. I'm guessing it's going to be blocked out, but everyone leaned forward unexpectedly. The girl on the stage began performing magic tricks. She took out a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside it. Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. Oh, and he immediately went on to perform another trick and then another. Ta-da! Coin in the hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Magura thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue. He had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning room, they spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. I headed over to him. Hey, you the one running this thing? Well, yes. When's the actual sales demo going to start? Soon, very soon, yep. In how many minutes? You know, soon. I asked for a number. Just, no, soon, real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Ricard declared. He held up with 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? I'm gonna be heartbroken, it's gonna start a ruckus. I'm just gonna head out, go home? What's gonna be the thing to do? I'm just gonna go home. I'm just gonna go home! He kept the tone cryptic and cool. Hey, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute can't pass already. 1 minute. Whoa! Just what you got there? Tell me, why the demo isn't starting? Well, no real reason. Really? Mum was getting seriously flustered. I just, I don't want to folks see the little magic show first. Nope, try again. 30 seconds left. Okay, alright. What happened is that, acquired merchandise, what happened to merchandise? And demanded. Gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, it's just, time's up. Whoa! Man's face went pale. Keep out. Yep, thought so. So him basically just apologising, running past that person should have solved Tama's story. But we've got 2 others to deal with. Osawa and Achi. One of these 2 causes an incident that blocks the road. I'm going to guess Achi because the guy with the gun that we ended with. Yeah, I know, that throw. And that guy's a nutter as well. The man with the cane crooked his finger on the trigger. Achi stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot through me too. Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He pitched face first on the pavement and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. Oh God, it's him! In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. Hitomi asked, "Do you know that guy?" Hitomi's eyes went wide. "That's the man from the Scramble. The one who told me to go to the van." "Wait, one of the kidnappers? Why would he help us?" "I'm not sure." Newcomer fixed his eyes on Achi. "Hey man," Achi approached the stranger. "I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist." Whoa! Man took a sudden swing with the pipe. Achi barely managed to dodge out of the way. What the hell? Once again, Achi made sure Hitomi was safe behind him. "Guess I gotta let my fist do the talking." She quickly adapted a fighting stance. "Be careful," Hitomi warned, her voice trembling. "Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is." She judged the distance between them carefully as he stared his opponent down. The metal pipe gave the slug considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and Achi wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. Quick sized him up for a few moments, then lunged forward to attack. Now! She sized him to avoid the incoming blow and delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. And she gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. The thing about guys who bring weapons to fights is they always let themselves get too cocky. True. The guy over, the man had a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves. "Come on, buddy, you can't clock out just yet," Achi said. "Get up, I've got a few questions for you." He knelt down and grabbed the man by his collar. Oh shit! Over his feet, the man pulled a gun from his vest pocket. "Oh, didn't know you were packing heat." Achi took a quick step back. Man's eyes brimmed with rage. He was ready to pull the trigger any moment. But he didn't get the chance. The man with the cane had regained consciousness, back to his feet. He trained his own gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. "Oh, no you don't!" And she dived forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a little style, the man took up the metal pipe again. Well, only good for Achi, however, he charged the man with the cane. What the? Achi watched in astonishment as the 2 men grappled. "Now's our chance!" Returning by the hand, Achi broke into a run. What the hell is going on? So that man with the cane isn't one of the kidnappers? Why does he want to kill her? The man for a long time finally stopped being invested in a quiet municipal park. As they sat catching their breath, Achi sensed a new tension in Hitomi. She hadn't said a word since their last escape. She has to die, Achi. It's for your own good. What could that man mean? In his mind, Achi replayed that what the man with the cane had said. So, Hitomi, Achi hesitated. About what happened back there. Yeah? It sounded like she'd been far gone in her own thoughts. You gotta believe me, I have no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. He must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up. Yeah? Tell me that again. Is that what's been bothering you? Huh? Oh, it's Achi's voice turn to go monosyllabic. I think that's a word. Well, actually, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right? I don't know about that. Way back when he'd been leader of SOS. Nowadays, he was just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about. When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So you're a surprise back there, but no matter what the man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look how many times you've put yourself in danger to protect me. Totally sounded pretty resolute. She was glad she believed him, but that raised another question. So then, how can you have been so quiet? I've just been thinking about things, like what that man from the Scramble might be after. It was true that his actions didn't make a lot of sense. Hey, you seem more interested in taking out a man with a cane than going after you. Hey, Smith, thanks for the sub. Oh, you've gifted... they've gifted a total of 12 subs to the channel. Ah! And it was gifted to SOB, who must be hiding in chat somewhere. There you go, SOB, you got a sub. Actually, that reminds me, I should... I know you're not interested in the Tokyo Pop Box thing, Senneth, but I'll still offer a link, and I'll offer a thing to SOB as well. Actually, is he part of... I don't know. I'll ask when SOB is free. Well, thanks for that, that really helps. I'm still working on the donation bit though, but again, that all helps. Actually, that's a good thing. When's my next Twitch payout? I've got no idea. I never watch it. I never watch it too much because it's a bit depressing. Bad blood between them, or case of mistaken identity? I wonder why. I don't feel like either of those could be the answer. Because he clearly recognised that guy with a cane, and the guy on the cane recognised him. And I have a feeling it's more than just bad blood. There must be something else to it. Max Gentleman's Sexy Business. What? Max Gentleman's Sexy Business? I'm going to have to look into that. As long as it coincides with Twitch TOS, and I think as long as I have it, which I don't think I do. Yeah, it's definitely looking very NSFW. To be honest. I mean, I like what I'm seeing, but Twitch won't like what I'm seeing. Again, I like what I'm seeing, but I'm pretty certain that Twitch won't like what I'm seeing. Yikes. Innuendo is set to max as a streaming mode. Ah, okay. Got it because of another streamer and played it on my stream. No problems. Well, maybe I'll look into it. I'll have to buy it though. Where is it? It's usually more intended for people actually looking at my list to see if I've got it or not. But I mean, let's see. What was it called? Max Gentleman's Sexy Business. Well, glad that they've got the uncensored thing free. But damn, there's some delicious looking people there. Victorian business tycoon and dating simulator. Your family business has been stolen from you. Forge sexy partnerships in the sheets while crushing rival companies in the streets to become England's largest monopoly and reclaim your family honour. That sounds about pretty accurate to England, to be honest. England tries to act like there wasn't any innuendo going on, but there fucking was a lot of the time. It was just not talked about publicly. But, Christ, 16 quid. I don't have that much money on me. Or maybe I do. Yep, fuck it, buying it. Making purposely dumb, like rich dumb, but not actually dumb, but cringe dumb. That's, yeah. Although a lot of rich people are fucking thick. Yeah, I want to pay the whole thing from my PayPal account. It's good that none of you guys can see this, because I don't want my my private information in there for people. Yeah, okay. Installing content. Should I wear 5 hats or 6 hats, sir? Well, the more hats makes you more noble, so surely you should wear 10 hats. Yeah, for a second there I was thinking of like redeeming your points, but no, I can just about get away with the pricing, especially as it's actually a request that you've put the money into, you know. There's the exact logic behind the scene. Yeah, thought so. I swear there's also that game where you're meant to catch hats and wear, and it gets taller and taller. I've forgotten what it's called though. But anyway, bad blood seems like the most recent thing. Maybe there's bad blood between them. Actually, a little chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us. Felt much relief, reassured that they told me he didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. What the fuck? Turning to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing towards them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in the way. No rest for the weary, she sighed. Then again, he and Tony sprinted away. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Two of his words came between puffs. Maybe. Actually glanced back at the pursuer. What? There was someone else with him. Now they were being chased by 2 foreigners. I despair when we were just running from one guy with a cane. In a 1-on-1 fight, actually was confident he could keep Tomi safe. 1-on-1 though, 1-on-2 though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. You had to make sure they lost these creeps no matter what. Keep out! 2 hands didn't fit this hole. So I'll take over the 2 managers have a right good brawl and unsafe for work sexy bots. That sounds accurate to me. I don't know what you're talking about. It seems as Sour is the only one who could possibly cause a fucking traffic issue, but I can't see how. So to be forgiven for what I've done. We may have both done the same thing, but my motives, those were different. And so I don't regret what I did. And yet, if someone were to ask if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the results of my research, I could not deny it. No, see, as you made the request, oh shit, I better put that down. Leftover game key charges if you're ever... No, I'm never running short on keys, Sineth. Hell, like I said, with TPR, we also put a lot of keys on there as part of a kind of loyalty thing where people get tickets to redeem games. And you've got like 2 kind of tiers of tickets, like normal tickets and S tickets. Generally, I stick everything that I get for free in normal tickets, but things that I buy, I put into S tickets. However, a lot of people also just put pretty much everything into normal tickets, and then the really expensive shit into S tickets. So, it really depends. Like I said, if you're interested in that. Because you've done numerous donations in the past, I have no problem with sending you free tickets and invites if you want to join the TPR, if you want to join our group or not. But of course, it's up to you. No pressure. What was that game called again? I just fucking downloaded it and I've forgotten its name. That's it. Max, gentlemen, sexy big business. Gentle. I can't write like this. This. I've already got Borderlands 3. And fuck Epic. That's my answer to that. 1 is I've already got Borderlands 3, and 2 is fuck Epic. Their behaviour I cannot stomach, and have not stomached, so I just don't entertain going anywhere near those fuckers personally. Take all their free games, they lose money every time. I'm not sure they lose money every time. But I mean, yeah. Still, I don't want to give them like the entertainment or the benefit personally. Stabby stab, stabby stabby stab. What the fuck? Stabby stab, stabby stabby stab. Stabby stab, stabby stab. You see, I'm seeing plenty of mummy orcs, but where's the daddy orcs? Ties in quite well with what we were just discussing. As only one person put their thing down, there you go. As I said, I'm thinking of going this way so we can hit green, go up and hit blue. So we can hit 2 chests instead of just 1 throughout the whole course. More vampires. It's going to be a pain in the ass trying to place vampires. Here we go. I'll put a flag bearer down. And I'll put this down. And I'll put down a thank you for helping out message. Because I like to put down these little messages just to say thanks to people. Even if people don't actually fucking read them. In 3 battles, play so many vampires. Kill several people. That's all fine. That's it. Oh, I think I forgot to... Actually, speaking of Epic, I forgot to exit out of the Epic store. It keeps fucking loading up because I had to download it to try out a few games in the past. A friend of mine wanted to play a game with me and it was like only on Epic, so I was like, begrudgingly I'll play it with you. It wasn't very good though, to be honest. Oh no, the other reason was because, Phoenix Point. Oh. Put all the money in Kickstarter. No, Fig, that was it. Supported them on Fig. Gave them quite a bit of money. They got lots of money. Then Epic sort of walked in and said, we want you to become exclusive to us for a limited amount of time. So they went to Epic. And that pissed me off. So they went to Epic first. However, they did do a solid by going, if you don't pick up the Epic copy and you stay with your Steam copy, you get all of their released DLC for free. So on Steam, I have the majority of their DLC. I don't have the newest stuff they've released, but I do have the majority of their DLC. I could not deny it. So I grabbed his shoes from the entryway and then headed for the back door. He didn't want detectives in the living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. That pest, Kachiawa, was nowhere in sight. Now was his chance to slip away. What the hell? Gotcha! Oh God! Why does his face always look evil? That man was born with a face used to horrify children, I swear to God. It doesn't help that he's a police detective either. And it really doesn't help that if people are angry around him because he's frustrating them, he goes, here, banana. What do you say to that? Speak of the devil. Kidra snuck up behind him. Are you going out? The detective asked. No, I was just... Sorry, I felt something inside his shoe. Glancing down, he saw a rubber duck stuffed inside it. Is this your doing? I lead a booby trap. Or rather, a ducky trap. A ducky trap. The fuck, man? Originally a type of lethal trap used during wartime to catch clumsy or unwary soldiers' boobies. In modern parlance, however, the term frequently signifies a harmless prank, such as setting a blackboard eraser atop a schoolroom door so that it falls into the head of whoever opens the door. I've seen that plenty of times in anime. You are beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a grade schooler, Sora said. Indeed, sir. I am a grown man with a youthful heart. You Kajiwara yet again missed the point entirely. With a sigh, Sora tossed the duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand, then stuffed it right into his pocket. The fuck does it? What else does he have in his pocket? I won't tell you that I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about... Please try to work with me on this, sir. Kojiro interrupted. He leaned in uncomfortably close. Yeah, that's way too fucking close, man. Way too close. Do you recall what I said before? About how I'd appreciate if you didn't keep secrets from me? So I hesitated, didn't leave debating how much he should share. So I tell the truth, alright, I'll tell you, just leave me in peace. You need to keep this a secret, it doesn't concern you, or... I'm just gonna buy some cigarettes. He lied. Yeah, just say I'm gonna buy some cigarettes. I'm just gonna buy some cigarettes, he lied. Kojiro flashed an awkward smile. Now that's odd. I didn't think you smoked, Mr. Osawa. I'm getting them for I. I've never seen your wife smoke either, sir. And besides, Kojiro leaned in close to him. Your wife isn't even home right now, is she? You don't have to say it like that, dude. Does this guy not seem to realise the kind of air he's giving out here? This wasn't going as we had hoped. Evidently, he wasn't a very good liar. Even so, he decided to double down. Alright, fine. It was actually Mr. Tanaka who asked me to get them. Oh, now that's surprising. Is that the sort of thing he'd ask of you, Mr. Osawa? It was generally gifted at getting on one's nerves. Osawa barely contained an urge to punch the detective right in the face. Well, no matter, I suppose, Kojiro went on last. Just try not to wander too far. Oh, and also, you produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. Please take this with you. What the heck is it? It's a bug tracker, sir. It'll beep in response to a nearby listening device. I don't need this. He pushed Kojiro's hand aside and the bug tracker fell to the floor. Mr. Zora, you mustn't underestimate the lengths of which these kidnappers might go. Once the detective's face was all serious. Seriousness. Alright, fine. So I snatched the device and headed out the door. You should take the rubber ducky as well for protection. Makino's car was parked out front. The driver stood alongside it. So I exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then got into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Now then, Makino said, what did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Osawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. Which situation would that be? So he was still going to beat around the bush even now. So I suppressed an urge to shout at him. Are you the one who let the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So why had he been so coy a few moments earlier? But how? The fingerprint authentication system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would... He trailed off as the thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Oh, god damn it. Stupid phone. Bloody wires keeps falling out because I slightly tap it with my leg. And again. God damn it. And I moved it slightly so I didn't tap it with the leg and that set it off. Anyway, Osawa and Tanaka had both set up passwords as a failsafe in case an injured fingertip somehow prevented them from operating the scanner properly. But these passwords were 10-character alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? No, that required the approval of 6 board members. Osawa was one of those 6 people. There really seemed to be no way of getting in without leaving any trace. You're absolutely right, of course, Makino said with a grin, as if reading his thoughts. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka. But I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plume of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. So I broke out into a sweat. Ah, but it could, Makino said. I had them divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. So I bit his lip hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Kira let out a nasal, one-note chuckle. You don't seem to grasp just how valuable this thing really is. What do you mean by that, sir? Kira lowered his voice. There's a major world power out there that has already weaponized the Eurovirus. For a minute or so I thought this was a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. I've been informed that it was recently used on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there were at least 800 casualties. If you include civilians, the number jumps to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has, of course, been covered up. So listened in amazement. His outrage that any government commits such an atrocity, not quite suppressing his excitement at the discovery that the virus could be propagated by explosive beams. He felt a flush of guilt at his own fascination. The antiviral you created, Osawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Okashi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat Ua. His lips curled into a boastful grin. Any number of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum. And that's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. Ooh. Hey there, geek. Yep, fair enough. Enjoy the lurk. To Osawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world. One that he had barely imagined previously. And so you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible. Is that it? He spat. Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals what the risks of the experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. They willingly consented to infection with the Eurovirus. Sophistry. So I huffed. Nothing more. You used money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa. Who's being disingenuous now? Kino eyed him with contempt and let another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinicals without you. Oh, spare me the ridicule, sir. As a virologist, I have a moral duty to... Do what? Mikano barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown at your lab to keep it up and running? Sarah's lab has incurred expenses of roughly 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Ocean spends approximately 200 billion yen per year on research and development. Osawa's work is the single most costly element of that budget. Osawa gaped. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke quietly, that his voice was suddenly inaudible. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. How do you know about that? He insists that I keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she told her father regardless. If you insist on making a move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Hume regarded Sir with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary? Sir swallowed a lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean that my daughter's kidnapping was... Don't be ridiculous, McKenna said before someone was... Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the US job offer. So I heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take a word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. Yikes. He jetted his jaw toward the phone in the back seat console. Couldn't this wait a little bit, sir? So I asked, maybe you could still find a way out. Yes, you couldn't this wait a little bit, sir? So I asked, maybe you find a way out. You already know what my decision is, Makino. Makino said. His tone carried an edge of intimidation. So I didn't reply, he simply stared at the telephone. It felt like an insect who'd had all its legs plucked off. You need to think about your wife, too. His words were barely above a murmur, realizing that his boss was speaking as his father, so I couldn't bring himself to resist further. He reached out to the phone. It would be around 10 PM local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. I did not shocked to hear that Sora wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for the reasons behind the decision, Sora hung up. As we relieved, Makino lit a French cigar. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. And what's that? Sora's head was feeling fuzzy. Sitting inside the vehicle had gotten extremely thick. If someone has this top secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me, personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Sal wasn't sure knowing who originally leaked the info mattered much at all. If you'll beg my pardon, then, sir, so I said. He put his hand on the door handle. A sudden high-pitched chirp sounded from inside his pocket. Bug tracker Chiri had given him had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Oh, yes. That's mine. He hurriedly hopped out of the car and reached into his pocket. Is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned toward Sara, looking concerned. Was it you? Sara stepped close to the driver. Did you send me those emails? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Sara said. You're the only person who could have planted a listening device on a company car. Listening device? Driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? So what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me! Driver fled back into the car. Sara crushed the bag tracker high and watched the car pull away. Back to his house, still gripped by confusion, to find I waiting in the entryway. She must have gotten home while he was out. You were my father, weren't you? She sneered at Sara as he slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied. And it's over. What's over? She just damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America. I'm not going, he coughed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news. She sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little more pleased than Sara cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to study up on the second floor. He threw himself down in front of the computer. There hadn't been any progress in the investigation, as usual. Just how long was all this going on for? Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? Specialized victim unit, a victim support team belonging to the Special Criminal Investigation Unit has been deployed at Osawa's house. The members of the team are all specialists who have received training in such skills as negotiation, high-speed motorcycle and automobile driving, running phone traces, special communications, and phone record acquisition. Osawa was growing more and more uneasy. He could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there something, anything that he could do? Glanced over his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up the kidnapping investigations on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Kidnapping, police investigations, hostages. He typed 3 keywords in the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. One of the sites caught his eye. How the police do it. The page contained information on various types of police cases. He linked the kidnapping cases and began to read. Even though the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him the police lost face if the culprit got away. If the hostages were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehending the suspect an absolute necessity. Even though the person's life was on the line, when it came to the kidnapping case, the police prioritized making the arrest. Now, the mouse, Osawa sat back and thought. He wasn't going to be able to relax until he heard Maria's voice again. But if the police prioritized arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his head around that. Dinah hadn't been able to give him the info he'd hoped for after all. He would do anything for Maria, but wait, he turned his thoughts to how his opportunity to transfer to the US had passed him by. Research facilities in America would have been top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what had happened. Stole a quick look back at the door, then surfed to the Aya Kamiki fan community for the people 40 and over. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting these forums seemed to turn his mood back around. He knew now that now wasn't really the time to be doing this, but he needed to do something to calm his quiet mind. He started a new forum topic. In the field title, he wrote Aya Kamiki expanding into the US. So at the height of her popularity, does anyone think it would be exciting if she ventured into the American market? I know I would. That sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording as an American studio staffed by industry's best. I'd love to see her career really take off. There. He wound up getting into a little back and forth with himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. The fuck? A sudden shrill noise startled him nearby that he nearly cried out. Sound fluttered like that of a young girl who'd caught in some prank. While the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently someone had bugged his study as well. Dragging in hand, he walked towards the centre of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried hanging towards the window. Here, maybe? Unless he went over to a desk. Here too? Butcher was picking up signals from all over the room. Had there been that many listening devices planted in here? So sorry, Skidua. Perfect timing. So I hurried over and led the detective into the study. Butcher is picking up signals. Oh? Yes, from all over the room. What should I do? Mr. Sir, please calm down. As if that's impossible right now. Feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Gadget didn't miss a beat. Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken. Oh, for fuck's sake. What? So I was dumbfounded. Broken? But this is the one I got from you, right? Well, yes, but mine isn't detecting anything. It produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket. And as he had said it wasn't getting any signal. As I recall, Mr. Osawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it to you. Yes, that's right. That must have been what broke it, sir. The strength ebbed from Osawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand and the beep stopped. Right, he said, what can I do then? What can I do for you? He clapped his hands together as if he just remembered something. Ah, right, we have a big problem. The toilet again? Osawa sighed. No, it's not that. It's something worse. Kajira's face turned grim. Something worse? I'm tempted for that, because last time it was the toilet, but yeah, it did something happen to Maria. Something happened to Maria? You need to hear the detective out. What is it? So I asked, go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed. Well, you see, we ordered lunches for everyone, and it looked like there were 2 still left over, so I wound up eating them. There was no good pause, so I didn't have the foggiest idea how to respond. My deepest apologies, sir. I ate lunches intended for you and your wife. Kajira bowed profusely. And I really do need to apologize. There were tonkatsu bento boxes, and they were delicious. The meat was so tender, and the batter so crisp. With each and every bite, the rich flavor just filled my mouth more and more. Sarah felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together. Or, he didn't get to finish that thought. Pathetic little gurgle sounded from his stomach. Ah, I see, the juror said. You are hungry. He fussed sheepishly with his hair. At the thought of food, so I realised abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before. Shall I make something for you? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all. Can you cook? So I wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajira helping him. You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Miss Osawa. Alright, fine. Go ahead, then. You found hunger was making it hard for him to think. It would certainly behoove him to eat something. You let Kajira to the kitchen. Oh, God. What's the get-up? Wearing an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir. The cartoon character printed on the apron Kajira is wearing is one of his own design. It is modelled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Pinpo-kun. Fuck's sake. That's it. Isn't while I'm naked. What? Why? I don't want to think about you naked in my kitchen, sir. Naked? Oh, are you not familiar with the concept of the naked apron? The state of being entirely naked, save for an apron, a form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear, and sides all offer certain appeal, but caution must be advised, as it may be difficult to stop arguing about which presents the loveliest sight once the topic is raised. There are similar, more sexualized naked styles as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, the naked necktie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth. Fuck. I could demonstrate if you like. No, that's quite all right. Where'd you get that apron anyway? It's mine, sir. Have you had it with you this whole time? Yes, in here. The smile you pointed in his pocket. Of course, Asano eased himself into the chair. His tongue was making him feel weak, and Kajira was making him feel like he was losing his mind. Oh, this is bad, Zeta said. I need to whip something up for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback. So I felt his anxiety mounting. Just what sort of food was his unsufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating, was his bet. Maybe. Nah, let's see what this person's gonna cook up, this man. But no, he just had to pray and wound up have something edible. So I put in the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see. Could you please put these in the dinger? Even the sound the microwave oven makes when it has finished heating your food. The microwave at my house doesn't really go ding when the timer reaches 0, though. It's more of a beep. But it doesn't make sense to call a microwave a beeper when that's already a word that refers to something else. Well, dinger also had me confused, so I mean... This guy is fucking crazy, I swear. So it seems we're dealing with people excavating. Didn't we already have an Egyptian theme? I mean, it looks like an Egyptian. That's one. It's making me think of an Egyptian theme with the desert and everything. Yo, Mekaman gets the 20. Saman Geek gets 3 archers. Second to green. Token, token, token. I gotta keep placing vampires. Yeah, just collect this shit. Yes, it's another Egyptian style, basically. Oh, return to Tomblands, of course. I didn't see that bit. Tomblands, Advent Trailer. Oh, look, we got an Indiana Jones sort of character. It seems. Right, I'll get back to the game. Dinger. Fucking dinger. I saw some frozen lumps of rice. The dinger? What the heck is a dinger? The microwave oven, sir. So I stepped in front of the microwave. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Chiri told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing. What, the Detective Guthrie don't know how to use the microwave? So I could only nod in silent shame. It should be just as simple as turning the dial. Wait, which one? That one, sir. The one on the right. So I turned the dial and crossed his arms with a satisfied grin. Mr. Sawyer, you don't need to, you need to put the rice in first before you do that. Then why did you tell me, why didn't you say that since I was snapped? I don't know, it worked at the kitchen in my life. Don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. It's kind of funny he says that, because I would think being involved with biology, cooking would kind of fit, but that's at least how I got through HE, was I viewed it as chemistry rather than anything else. Very well, I'll handle this from here. Why don't you get out the bowls and the chopsticks then, sir? I have no idea where the hell those are kept. Could you let out a heavy sigh? Alright then, please sit and wait, sir. He said, here, take this. He pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you calm down. Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. Which it is actually fairly, cathartic. Rather than calming him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. It felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge, you know? Joe was cooking something in a frying pan. And, so I asked, just what have you learned about mine? I better not say, sir, you might take offence. So I snapped in the bowl between his fingers. Ah, the rice is finished thawing. topped the steaming bowl of rice and with a fried egg he'd whipped up in the pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables. Here you are, sir. Your fried egg on rice is complete. Well, could you simple recipes? Others include white spaghetti, which is simply spaghetti that's been flavoured with butter, salt, and pepper after it's been boiled. Both are a bit too basic to be probably called cuisine, but it does take a certain skill to bring the best flavour out of ingredients of such simple seasonings. You a grin from ear to ear. Go ahead and eat it while it's still warm. Sarah received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said. All you had in your refrigerator were eggs and pickled vegetables, sir. I assure you, it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together. Suddenly, Sarah brought a bite to his mouth. That's good. The words came out almost unbidden. Isn't it? Egg, yolk, and pickled vegetables pair quite well. Sarah couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious. I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir. But please, keep your chin up and hang in there. He drew a game of Sarah an amiable smile. Ah, that's right, he continued. And for dessert, we have bananas. No, thank you. Did you grimace as Sarah held up a hand in refusal? Right then, when you're finished eating, would you please wash the bowl? Me? Wash dishes? Sarah exclaimed in surprise, sounding like a petulant child. If someone else cooks for you, you should do the cleaning up. It's only polite. Fine, okay. Sarah was doing the dishes. The butt detector went off again. Director, if you have a moment, Zach poked his head in the kitchen, I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Oh, do you now? Interesting. That's been the longest one so far. Because we got a keep out there, which connects to something. We've got a dead end there. I guess I'm going to redo Tama's one now that we've had the thing where they meet. Something at 05 fucks up their traffic, so I'm guessing it's this. But I don't think we can continue until I do Tama's. Let's try Tama's. Failing the buttons from immediately cardboard boxes. Yes, I'm in luck. And it's got Burning Hammer in it. I want your entire stock. Yep, she should be on her way, and here we go. Speaking of the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face. Hey, I've got to pick up something I reserved, she says. This was the customer the clerk was talking about. Please pardon my intuition, but would you please be willing to let me have these diet drinks? My bow is deep and my costume head wobbles all around. Wait, what? I'll pay you double what they're worth. No can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it. Surely you don't need this many, though. I do. I make my living in my body. This is how much I'll need. Oh wow, says Linus. What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it. It's one of the more popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place, says brimming with sudden excitement. That pub where they have cosplay martial arts competitions, right? Hold on, what are you talking about now? What's Bride? I've certainly never heard of the place. It's a nightlife spot for ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap. At present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allotted number of members and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both costumes and the fights are really something to see, memberships that are auctioned off online command quite high prices. Interesting. So then, you must be pretty strong, huh? He says to the girl. Well, I mean, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion. The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Will you accept a challenge from me? I ask. A challenge? If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with here? She asks. I intend to find out. Oh wow! The sales clerk exclaimed. I have just got to see this. I'm glad to have egged us on. Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge. Sweet, we've established our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. No cracks her knuckles, eager for a fight. I've got to win this. Somehow or other, I've got to. I mean, I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent. And by challenge, I naturally mean... Let's see. Straight up fight, I'm certain we'll lose, because we're fighting a fucking champion fighter here. And considering the other guy that ran into her, she's clearly got a lot of strength on her, so it's certainly not a case of, yes, we can beat the shit out of her. Rock, paper, scissors? Nah, I'm not sure that would work. That's all based on luck, really. However, rhyming game, that's going to be interesting. A rhyming game, which I'm sure is going to be like, Monkey Island 3. Huh? The girl says. She's a bit put off by the suggestion. Yeah, I say, and if I win, you have to let me have all these. A rhyming game, really? Okay then, really. Silly, okay then, listen. Listen, I'm a martial artist. Artist? Oh, that's a tough one. Smartest. Glow. No, what am I saying? No, what I'm saying is I'm a fighter. Okay, fighter shouldn't be too hard. I can do this, I just have to not panic. Let's see, Writer! Ha! Okay. Scissors! I mean scissors. No! Wait, what the heck is going on? Crap, nothing rhymes with scissors, that's a little move. I drop in a fighting stance. Okay then, shall we fight? The girl grins back. Now you're talking. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. This isn't gonna go well, is it? This is not gonna go well at all. Miku and I march out of the shop. Out onto the pavement, we stare each other down. So if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer, Miku says. But if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it. What? Isn't that a little unfair? If you don't like it, then there's no fight, no deal. Didn't have any time to rethink this. Alright. Ready when you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing, throwing a repeated 1-2 combination. A trained technique for boxing involves practicing strikes, guards, and evasive evasions against an opponent who isn't actually there. Oh shit. Whoa, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight! People pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as pretty gruff-looking fellows. Ichiendo and Hitomi, they're passing by while fighting away mysterious strangers. As well as the pretty gruff-looking fellows. There's underling, Utaro Scour, the members of the Tenryusu gang. They operate in a lending firm called Thing Financing, and these two have been tasked collecting. Okay. And plan it one day, plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to the next target. Alright. Break! Yes! That's how you break through that keep out tape. As I would have it, they found a crowd in the path. In their path, backs turns toward them. Excited voices rose up from the throng. Oh, what's the deal? Is something going on? It's a street fight! A fight, as the name implies, that takes place out on the street, typically using bare hands and no weapons. Even a bare-handed fight can result in serious injuries, though, which is why they're pretty illegal. As she clutches Tommy's hand, good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go. Without a moment's hesitation, he ploughed his way through the crowd. Moving on the far side of the gathering, Achi saw the main road ahead. Cars were zapping past in a steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the lights to change. They certainly couldn't go back the way they came. And pursuit was getting closer and closer. It told me Achi touched it. We're gonna cross, because then that should cause the traffic issue that should save Kano's life. We're gonna cross. What? Dragging Tomi by the hand, I shot into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. Yeah. The highway across the car slammed its brakes and kept from hitting him, causing several cars behind to crash into another one. The multi-car pile-up plunged the roadway in total chaos. As a result of the chaos, traffic in the nearby area will be at a standstill, while on their way to the syndicate hideout, Shinu Kano and Jack Stanley have gotten caught in the traffic jam. Yep, we'll look at that later. Now, moments the street was clogged with a long line of stopped car vehicles. Achi and Tomi's pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Tomi didn't quarterback. Well, you know what they say. Idle feet are the devil's playthings. Hands! Hands! His idle hands! Whatever, at least they'd gotten away. Yes, idle hands, not idle feet. Oh, let's go. She led her way down several twisting side streets before slowing its pace. But no, Tomi was slumped and panting heavily. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they hung around, their pursuers might still find them. They ran and spotted a multi-tenant building, and the nearest door was open. Bundles of flyers were set out near the entrance. Flyers of Au Revoir, the 22nd performance by the theatre troupe The Wandering Angels. It tells a tale of a man named Ryu looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. The performance features wire action as his majority set piece, with Ryu and his rival Shido flying high through the air. And battles with magical Muramasa Blade and Beam Saber, respectively. As you peeked inside, I saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like this was a storeroom for a theatre stage props and scenery. "We can hide out here," he said. But Tomi hesitated, but she grabbed her hand and a little tug. "It'll be fine, there's nobody around." They stood inside the storeroom and she quickly shut the door behind them. "We should probably rest a bit," he said. There was a wooden platform set up beside a large piece of plywood. And she made a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it on the top of the platform's dusty surface. "Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty." "Thank you." Tomi quietly took a seat. "You should probably turn off our cell phones," as she said. It could be really bad if they rang at the wrong moment. Too proud of their phones. I took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there was any way in or out besides the door they'd come in through. There was a single window set in the wall, and it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. What the? Ah! To now a quiet gasp. Someone was outside the storeroom. Archie put a finger on his lips and Tomi gave a fearful nod. Window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. So long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of a foreigner who'd attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with a cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. Man pounded on the glass as he swallowed a lump in his throat. This guy got in. They had nowhere to run. He turned to Tomi. Let's run out through the door. I mean, he seems to know where they are each time, but if they just sit tight... Because right on the door, there was the two of them, weren't there? So maybe if they just sit tight. We find that just sit tight. Tomi clutched Achi's arm hard. Can I have you something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. That's just our storeroom, you know, the voice added. Achi heard footsteps scampering away. Yeah. Kidnapper had run off. Achi exchanged glances with Tomi and now a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What was up with that guy? I know. Ugh. Whatever, let's just hurry up and get the stuff tied up. Ugh, man, my throat's raw. It sounded like a conversation between two men. Storeroom door opened, and the men clumped their way inside. Taka and Taro Takura, two members of the theatre troupe, The Wandering Angels. Takura is a Wandering Angel star actor playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Au revoir, or troupe's 22nd piece. As I stepped completely naked and caught a cold, leading to a sore throat he now has. Okay. Toga is a stage director handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated when Shinichi Bando, in charge of props, seems to have gone AWOL. So, what are we getting at? Let's grab all those folding chairs over there. Yeah? Lisa said we're going to need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. O'Reilly said that? Going all out at the troops' last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry, the men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Achi and Tony sitting silently in the shadows. I'll change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me? Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it, and it's still drawing a ton of power. Think it's effective? Achi and Tomi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene, and worse still, it might alert the men who were hunting them. Once they carried out the rest of the folding chairs, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Achi decided they should hide out in the room a little bit longer. It's probably a smart move, to be honest. This blows. I want to get back out there and look for that blue van ASAP, but actually trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. That's weird. His friend looked at him quietly. The kidnappers already have the ransom money, yeah? I said, that's right. And then they told you that your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird? What do you mean? Did you figure out that your sister was in the minivan by herself? Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go get her. Right, she said. And yet the fact that And the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have let Hitomi's sister out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Hitomi to fetch her personally. A look of revelation dawned on Hitomi's face. Oh! That minivan had already left Unzaka, she said. And it came back while we were waiting for it, and she finished. He thought back to earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then, inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside. Which meant... yeah, they were trying to ambush Hitomi. They had been trying to ambush Hitomi. They told her sister was in the minivan to lure her into it. And the kidnappers had been lying in wait inside. Do you think they were trying to kidnap Mimi too? That's it! And she clapped his hands together. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you. Then they'd make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get, like, infinite ransom money, constantly abducted one twin after the other. No, I don't think that's the reason. That seems a little far-fetched. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Well, that she'd said so, and she realised it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me? As in, like, accidentally abduct the wrong twin? I mean, I guess that would have been easy to botch up. That implied they wanted me specifically and not my sister. Tommy paused briefly in thought. Maybe you're hot on your sister or something? She suggested with enthusiasm. Tommy shook her head. That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just... Whoa, hey, stop right there. Actually, I had to interrupt her. You're not just anything. Please don't, I'm just... Tears welled up in Tommy's eyes. Why? Why did this happen to her? Why not me? Oh, hey, come on, don't cry. I'm sorry. Cheer up, it's like the song says. Don't just stand there, wipe those tears away. That one. You know it? Is that Ayakumiki? Yeah, that's the one. Put your hand in mine, every single bee's a light. Huh? You know, every single bee's a light. To allow a giggle. Everything will be alright. You got the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright. Ah, right. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense, I guess. And she was mouth curled into a sheepish smile. Fucking hell. Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, actually said at last. Think we should be on our way. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Oh god, not again. Alex, that was pretty careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. If they got his money over town, they sounded a bit panicked. Two members of the troupe, Wandering Angels, star actor. But lineage in appearing on the stage, he's been taking on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is in Sun TV's upcoming suspense drama, Sumo Queen 2. What? Where he will play the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy." Upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of the sumo ring. What? These mythical shows sound fucking insane. I heard folks have been messing with the storeroom bunch lately. Yeah. Did you hear who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. A gang? Wow, that takes me way back. Alright, let's have me on back. And she rushed over to the door. Tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Come on, are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling at his hair. We locked in. And that door was the only way in or out. That she knew we were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, as she said. It was my idea to hide out here in the first place. But we're not going to be able to find that blue minivan now. Guess we have to get someone on the outside to help us, Tony replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phones back and on in order to call for help. Big question is, who could they possibly ask? Tell me, anyone you can reach to? Miss Tanaka, I suppose. Tanaka, right. Suggestion didn't exactly thrill Hachi. He had no idea what this Tanaka guy was like. Hopefully he was dependable sort who would actually show up to rescue them. But somehow that thought made Hachi feel even worse. Hachi had someone he figured he could call, but he hesitated, uncertain. There had been a time when he trusted this guy more than anyone. They'd bailed each other out of countless jams. Nowadays, though, things were different. Doing give Hachi a puzzled look as he sat lost in thought. Right, guess they didn't have much of a choice. Just scrolled through the contacts list of his cell phone. Found a name he thought he'd never call again. Susumu. Yo. Hachi, is that you? Susumu's voice was low and guarded. Look, I've got a favor to ask you. I'm in a real bind here. Huh? Like, things are ridiculously bad. I thought maybe you could help me out a little bit. You seriously thought I'd help you? Susumu's voice was like ice. You mess with me or something. You're messing with me or something, man. Now it sounded a touch angry as well. Painful memories flashed before Hachi's eyes. Right then, sorry to bug you, just forget it. Susumu hung up before Hachi was even finished talking. No dice, Hachi said to it, with a lopsided frown. She looked back to him, an expression mirror of his own. What should we do? We should go stabby stab is one thing. Here we go, green. And the haste is always the best. Oh. Stabby 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 Was that Necro Orcmancer? Okay. 2 minutes, I think I'm gonna be fetch. Nope, oops. Fetch spoon. And waffles. Waffles. I think I don't know how to say that. Oh, this way because then we can hit blue. Yeah, let's get the monk down from the previous Tomblands we were part of. Thanks for helping out, everyone. Because you guys are awesome. Let's see. What should we do? Guess we're back to Mr. Tanaka. Guess so. I'm gonna go ahead then. Pardon me. Always Mr. Tanaka working these people. That's what I'm suspicious about. Toby tried calling him repeatedly, but Tanaka didn't pick up. What could have happened? She muttered under her breath. Do you think maybe the kidnappers found out Mr. Tanaka and I have been in contact? As she shrugged. It looked like they were just going to need to find some way out of here on their own, and then maybe look for the minivan themselves. She stood over the door and grabbed hold of the knob. Tried giving it a good sturdy pull. Ugh, no good. thing won't even budge. That door opens outward. Wait, really? Oh no, Achi, really? She tried giving it a push. It still didn't open. Oh. He kicked it. Oh, the door wasn't exactly as sturdy as Achi had experienced. I think I can make this work. He backed up and got a running start and then kicked the door with all his might. Yeah! The door went flying off its hinges. Oh man, that was way too easy. He stood out cautiously out of the storeroom. He quickly scanned the surrounding area. There was nobody in sight. Looks like we're in the clear, he called. Hitomi didn't come out, nor did she reply. Hitomi? She had her phone in her hand, apparently still trying to get in touch with Tanaka. The tiny side actually leaned against the wall and waited for her to finish. Well? Not like I'm going to have any luck, she said. You know, we can leave now, right? Are you still holding out hope for that for your Mr. Tanaka? It's not that. I'm just a little worried. Oh yeah? Okay then. I'll just wait around here. Okay, I'll be right with you. Uh-huh. And she shuffled his way outside. Oh! Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. Oh, crap. By the time Ashi could finish processing the thought, he had already laid out on the ground. His jaw hit the asphalt hard. He bit the tip of his tongue clean off. Ooh! The taste of blood filled his mouth. A moment later, he took a sharp blow to the head. He was done for. All the energy drained from his body. His mind whirled. His vision grew hazy. He began to drift from consciousness. Back when he'd run with Susumu and the others, he'd never left himself exposed to a surprise attack. There were plenty of times when he'd taken a punch that sent him reeling, only to spin away and come back swinging. This time he hadn't even seen it coming. It was his last mistake. Yeah, guess I let myself go soft. As she grimaced inwardly, muttering in her voice no one but he could hear. Hitomi, I'm so sorry. Yeah, bad end. Why the fuck was she on the phone? Attacked by the man with the cane. Susumu managed to break out of the storeroom only to be knocked out by the man with the cane while he waited for Hitomi. Things might have gone differently if Hitomi had managed to get in contact with Tanaka. Why hadn't he responded to her calls? Maybe something strange had happened at the Osawa instance. Or perhaps there was some reason he wasn't able to answer the phone? Well, I've got no answer to that. Unless we continue with that one, but I mean... Maybe I should have gone to him to do the thing. I don't know. Alright, they should be safe for that thing. But I want to find out more about this battle. How this is gonna go. Because it's not gonna go well, is it? Let's be honest. You know, I march out of the shop, down the road, Yeah, if I win, I take it, and you still have to pay for it. Yeah, do some shadow boxing. Yeah, including a couple, tough fellows. Sales demo has already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. I watch as Miku starts up her footwork. A left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion. Yeah! She immediately follows up the jab with a wide right hook. Toe punch involves swinging the arm in a wide arc to strike the opponent from the side. In mixed martial arts bouts, it is common to see a fighter continue the momentum from a hook to catch the opponent by the arm, transitioning immediately into a takedown and pin. I jerk aside the last possible moment and deliver a little swat at Miku's shoulder. Whoa! She slips off balance and pitches forward. Oh wow, what was that? The crowd was started glamoring. Miku rights herself and gets back into fighting stance. What the? How? Doesn't seem to know what just happened. Yeah, this time I watch as she unleashes a kick with a left leg from distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarded stance. Gotcha, she calls out. It was a feint. There's a procedural whomp as the second kick connects, coming at me from a different angle. Whoa, what gives? My big mascot head serves as a cushion that the blow to the point that I barely feel it. Yeah! She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. I eventually catch hold of her foot, holding her off balance. I begin to walk her backward, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. I've done that before, actually. Someone trying to think they were smart to kick me and I just grabbed their leg and watched them jump around hopelessly. I think they try to do a martial arts sort of thing where like you grab the leg and then they spin and kick you with the other one. But I grabbed on the leg so hard that when he tried to kick with the other leg, instead of spinning, he just fell straight to the fucking floor. Wah! Wah! Casual flip my paw and Miku goes whirling through the air. Wah! Ooh, ah. The crowd erupts into a cheer and applause at the spectacle. Phew, you're tough. Who the heck are you? As you can see, I am a cat. That's a fucking lie. As you can see, I am a cat. A weary smile comes from Miku's face. To think a bride competitor would lose in a street fight. Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today is the day I retire. Ah, phew, good match there. You clasp my hand firmly. But hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you. This is fucking weird. I hoist up the box of the diet drink. So, how much does this come to? I asked the sales clerk. He shakes his hand. Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Heck, even I'm shocked at just what happened. It's amazing what a little desperation will do for you. So that move you used, that was some Aiku Jujutsu, no? Traditional Japanese martial art that emphasizes learning to anticipate your opponent's first move and instantaneously counterattack. Skilled practitioners can toss and throw opponents with a simple touch. The art predates the development of the more sophisticated Aikido, and some more dangerous techniques still remain. Huh? Oh, I guess? I tilt my head uncommittedly. Come now, no need to be so humble. I'm a martial arts fanatic. I know my moves when I see them. Knick-knack shop owner Musudo watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He is particularly fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and is thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid and has thus far only waffled non-committently outside the entrance to the place. He can call it whatever he wants if he's letting me have the drinks for free. This is gonna be a lifesaver. Is all the shopping you'll be doing with us today, he asks? Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say. Sure thing. Could you please not sell the necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later. Sure, no problem. Sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it. I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I've just got to get back to the sales demo. Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly? The sales clerk indicates his hand on the truck over the corner. Oh, thanks so much. I load the pile of boxes into the cart and rush back to the building. By now, sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as well as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave and everything I've gone through will have been for nothing. Come on, Tammy, you can do it. Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. What the heck have you been doing? Mr. Yeah, she practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind him is a man I don't recognize. Who is that guy? Oh, I know who that guy is. Look how... Oh, I can't jump yet. What? Ah. Doesn't look like a customer. Okay, Tama, just come with me in a minute. Into the break room. Sorry, there was a whole bunch of stuff that happened. But look, I got the product back. Barely opened up one of the cardboard boxes. It's burning hammer! It really is! He clutches the box close and nuzzles it in his cheek. How's the dinner going, I ask. I've got Chiri keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. Oh, for fuck's sake! So you peek through the door and see Chiri guzzling the orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go. Fucking hell, that's something to be seen and believed. Is that really a magic trick? If it buys us time, it's magic enough. For long last, the last of the juice is gone. Oh my god! Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty. Holy shit! She's gonna be pissing like a racehorse for about 5 days. It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The owners erupts in sincere applause, like they've forgotten what they originally came for. Chiri goes back to the break room, positively drenched in sweat. Oh, I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little while. Oh, that was fantastic, Chiri. Nothing else he says, that was just fantastic. Thanks to you, we had enough time to get the burning hammer back. He bows profusely. Alright, now it's time for the main event. Chiri, go out there and guzzle down some burning hammer. Get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, this helped me lose a bunch of weight too. Got it? Got it. Good. Now then, yeah, she adjusts a man I hadn't noticed before. He's been waiting quietly nearby. Of course, bring your party, miss. This is a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try and get me out of my mascot costume. Masamichi Fukuma, employee of the Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of the company president, Shimichi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know what Shigemichi looks like, as his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. What? Because his father is usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harbored a strong dislike for both his father and the mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Could you guys imagine that if your parents just showed up to Parents' Days dressed in a mascot costume? Nevertheless, the son has acquiesced to his father's wishes, and someday he'll inherit the family business. And probably fucking burn it down. Oh, that's odd. The little guy tilts his head. What's the matter? He asks nervously. Ah, yeah, this is a no-go. The little guy pokes his finger in the back of my suit. This here zipper, it's all jammed up. It's gonna take a long time to get this thing off. What the hell? Mr. Energy clutches the side of his head. The little guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's still no use. Meow. What? What meow? The little guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's mewling. Was that you? He looks at me confused. Did you hear a cat meowing? Yes. Was it you? No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is. Must be hearing things. She and Chiri don't seem to have heard anything. Bah! He's fuming. Just my luck. Hey man, it's not you that's stuck in the costume, alright? I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never gonna see her. Hey boss, Jesus, the customers are gonna leave if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions? Cherokee repertoire of impressions. A sea lion yawning. A harbour seal hailing a cab. A walrus reading sutras. A fur seal who can't reach the itchy spot on its back. A stellar sea lion taking a nap. Are any of her impressions not of some kind of large porpoise? Those are all very specific. Yeah, thank you for the epic there, Geek and Stuperman. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just gonna have to go out there dressed like that. Are you sure, I ask? If these people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. I'm counting on you two. How come only they heard them meowing? What the hell is going on? Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting. Uh-oh. Chiri and I spring the action on stage. But now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that has taken the diet world by storm. Oh god, it came from the West? Jesus. Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. We only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm here with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolutionary new diet drink works. It's magic, Chiri begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drink works, and then Chiri will demonstrate it in the taste test. Oh no. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. That has gotta be some Class A bullshit right there. Just drink and boom, the excess fell away. Uh-huh. Stonish gasps rises up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even looking at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates the capsaicin found in chili peppers. The primary spice component of chili peppers is said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it is also an ingredient in some forms of pepper spray for personal defense. Jesus, no wonder people were going insane when they drank the shit. That's like drinking pepper spray. Oh, could you imagine that? Yikes. I pause to take a deep breath again, continuing. And, repeatedly breaks down the triggers responsible for causing obesity. The term is frequently used in recent years to simply refer to the state of being overweight. Obesity, in the clinical sense, is a medical condition involving interrelated health issues, including excess body fat, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Individuals suffering from obesity are at high risk of complications such as coronary heart disease, diabetes, and sleep apnea. True. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effects before your very eyes. Oh god. Chiri sits in the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right on the spot. Chiri holds up a bottle of Burning Hammer up high. Cheers, she says. She opens the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up. Hold on. She's already sweating pretty hard. She's right. Chiri is drenched in sweat from head to toe. Oh my god, that's kinda... Another woman chimes in, suspicious. Ah, that juice drinking from earlier. That was just to make her sweat like that, wasn't it? Uh-oh. All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking burning hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I wish a towel after you to sweat for her. Come on, hurry up. Drink it down. Chiri's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. Yeah, why isn't it working? I exclaimed, the audience momentarily forgotten. Yes, I've already sweated too much, she replies unfazed. Well, why were you sweating so much? Look, you were taking forever at that 100 yen shop. Oh, the crowd shifts from uproar into a riot. Did you just say 100 yen shop? Scowling customers begin to close in. No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong. Please just listen. Oh, we can see what's going on here. The situation gotten out of control. No, this sweater is so valuable that a 100 yen shop is about the only way we could get it. That's not the way to solve it. Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. Customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Apology? I don't think it's gonna go well. Kidding, I'm not sure you can play it off smooth. Hunko lamb chop? The fuck is that? It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. Well, you know what? Clumsy and silly has worked, so let's go with that. Hunko lamb chop! It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. She said Hunko lamb chop, I repeat. Meaning that burning hammer is just so incredibly fulfilling, having just one tiny bottle will feel like you've eaten a big, meaty meal. Yeah, that's what she meant. Uh-huh, sneers with the customer. Sure. They really sell this in 100 yen shops? Rats, we didn't manage to distract them. 100 yen shop? What's that? Answer me, do they really sell these at 100? Look, I cry. It's a chupacabra! I thrust my arm out of point, only to accidentally catch one of the attendees in the head with my fuzzy fist. The woman lets out a muted groan and sinks to the floor unconscious. The crowd stares at me stunned. Oops, I murmur. Tama! Shouts me, rushing out of the big room. What the heck are you doing? Abort, abort, he yells. If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it. Uh-oh, now you've done it. Chiri doesn't hesitate to point the finger at him, her stare ferocious. Whoops! Realising what he just blurted out, Miss Nancy gets aghast. Now there really is no saving this. The customers descend upon Miss Nancy, their wrath and terror behold. So that it is true. What the hell are you trying to pull? I can't believe you try to sell this crap at these prices. Uh-oh. The thong goes to the attack. Hit, hit. No! Showing I force my way through the angry mob, hoping to find some way to calm these people down. Cursing and profanity fill the air. The shouts are occupied by merciless, open-handed slaps. Yikes. I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Finally, the storm passes. Jesus, look at this place. I don't think that could have gotten any worse, to be honest. It's over. It's all over. Yeah, she wails in the empty room. So, boss, we're not getting paid. Even Chiri seems hesitant to ask. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously. He doesn't so much as look up. His shoulders slump further in defeat. I'll take payment in kind then, she says. Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure, yeah, says fussily. Go right ahead. Alright, I'll be off then. Later, Tama. She picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? It's the man from the rental place. I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals. Oh, right. How much was it again? Yeah, he rummages through his pockets. Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I'm going to have to add the full cost of the cat costume to your bill. Your total comes to 200,000 yen. Was it? 200 yen? No, sir. 200,000. Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay, and it takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly. That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guy froze his brow. I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please, you're not a child. Give me a discount. Make it 20,000. Instead of the 200 you owe? You know I can't do that, sir. But Mr. Niaji refuses to back down. Ah, that's right. Insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit would mount up damaged. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it? He calmly claps a hand over his chest. Right here. The paperwork is inside my heart. Oh, God. The little guy clutches the sides of his head in exasperation. And believe me, I feel his pain. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss. The president of the owner of the Far East costume rental, notable for the fact that he's usually wearing his favourite rabbit costume. I still can't wrap my head around that. His costumes are like his children. If he were to hear that one of his suits had been ruined, he would probably never forgive Yashita, adding to the man's already considerable list of enemies. Bloody hell. Turning his back on the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room. It's not a bad end, so was this meant to happen? No, it's just me and Mr. Yanagishita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir, I say, as cheerfully as I can muster. It's already down the floor, a sobbing mess. You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless. I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it. At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do. He steps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure. You don't know me like I know me, he says. There's not going to be any turnaround. Not after this. Okay, now this little pig pie is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only one who's had a run of bad luck, you are dead wrong. Go Tama! I went up shouting the words louder than I intended. Mr. Energy whips his head back up. Yikes, where'd that come from? I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotions come surging to the surface. I have amnesia! She does? Interesting twist. Anyway, battle time. Jesus Christ. Hey, Fizzy Flask, how you doing? Very nice. Woohoo! I hope you're doing well, Fizzy Flask. I do apologize for not being around in a while. I think it's just one of those things with my sleeping schedule and shit all over the place. Plus, I'm still way behind on my VODs. I really need to get my VODs sorted. Alright, let me just claim that. Warrior Scrolls. 8 kills. Well, I got 8 kills in the last battle. Can't you retroactively? Yeah, never mind. doing good, listening in at work, also in the process of moving, so going on hiatus in June. Ah, okay. Well, good luck with that, because I know moving can be very, well, I know moving can be very stressful. Not that I actually know from experience, but I mean, I know because I've got friends and shit that have gone through with moving issues, so I kind of know just secondhand, you know, what it's like to deal with like moving and shit. It's never easy. Bronze trap buster skin. Oh, cool. I really need to get back to like finishing my VODs at some point. Torch flag bearer, very nice. Yeah, it's also out of state, so it's going to be really fun. Yeah. Oh wow, if it's out of state, that's going to be quite a distance then, isn't it? Yikes. Look at those notifications later. Yeah, if it's out of state, then that's going to be even more of a headache, because, travel. Jesus. Again, also something I can't relate too much to because we don't have states here in the UK. But I can guess what it would be feeling like going from like one area to another. It's not going to be easy. I have amnesia. And she's asking, why? What? I can't remember anything from before this morning. In short, amnesia. Amnesia can have a variety of causes. Psychogenic amnesia is caused by stress or psychological trauma, whereas in endogenous amnesia, a powerful blow to the head causes physical trauma to the brain. In the latter case, memories and other normal functions frequently return once the cranial nerves recover. Or, as we've seen many times in films and TV shows, when they get hit in the head again. Which I'm pretty certain that isn't something a doctor would suggest. To smack someone again on the head to fix it. An hour and a half, but things like truck rentals and hired movers are more... Yeah. So, yeah, because it's across states. Even though it's a shorter distance, they're going to charge you more because it's across the state line. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Messenger Shooter looks at me with a hint of disbelief. So, where'd you get the name Tama then? I thought of it when I saw the tamagoyaki in those lunch boxes. Ah, tamagoyaki. I get it. He claps himself on his thighs as if he's had some big eureka moment. But wait, how come you lost your memories? Well, I don't know for certain. Obviously, I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of the store with a massive headache. Oh no, storehouse. There's a massive headache. Storehouse? A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in a strange dim place. Yeah, I had just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir. Huh? Really? So is it pretty unnerving then? Not knowing who you are? It sounds like he's taking me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is, but it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue. What sort of clue? There's a necklace I saw at Knick-Knack's shop. The same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow, I know that it's important to me. And so you took this job just so you could afford to buy it? I nod. Of course, now that the job has ended in a total bust, I've lost my shot at getting it. Okay then, as soon as he removes his shoe, then yanks out the insole. This here really is the last of my money. He pulls out 20,000 yen and adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet and thrusts it all towards me. Here you go, he says. That includes the reimbursement for burning hammer you picked up. I picked up the 10,000 yen bills between my fingers. I actually didn't have to pay for it, so 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this? Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I'll bounce back somehow, I'm sure of it. Wow, that's a positive attitude to have, isn't it? And then, clutching his fist, Mr. Yashi gets a far-off look in his eye. Did I start the next? Yeah, I did start the next one. And then one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight. What? My jaw nearly drops. Bride? Like the martial arts pub? Wait, you know about Bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place. Wow, it is a small world. Especially that Miku. I wonder how much she has made me spend. Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. You know, to be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow some from some shady sources too. I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a raw deal. Why didn't you take that mascot costume with you? Huh? I mean, I don't really need it. No, I insist. Take it with my blessing. Sure, I'll be on my way then. Wait, what are the chances that Tamo is actually the sister? Oh, the way passed by the man I'd recognised earlier. The man I didn't recognise. I still can't jump. Really? Huh. Odd, the sales demo is over. I wonder why he's still here. I hear a faint nod and he nods back before slipping into the back. I should keep my fingers crossed for the guy. And he's back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning the cat suit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. I'll stick out like a sore thumb. I figure it's best to just leave it behind. And then it dawns on me. Hold on. I still can't get this thing off. By the time I skin this cat, I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes, But it's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll head to the knick-knack shop as is. Yep, guess this cat's staying in the bag. Because I'm thinking the guy won't recognise me otherwise. Or there won't be any proof that it was me. Let's go with Kano and see what happens now that we've fucked up traffic. Car moved at a glacial pace towards the crime syndicate hangout. Suddenly pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Near a student passenger's seat, the case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister, Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tatino had also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His unease was growing unbearable. Also, Tano hasn't radioed in. And, he can't reach him in the front of the end either. His words kept echoing inside Kano's head. What would have caused Taneto to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy training the attaché case. Could Tatino have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tatino would have done whatever he whatever is necessary to keep Tomiola safe. Stanley put long silence. What's on your mind, Mr. Anderson? Still thinking about the call from Kuze? Kieran didn't answer. Look, if you're worried about the other detective, that guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly a ring endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tatino that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. So the expression remained stone cold. Kino flushed him a silent glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in a nearby alley caught his eye. For the start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught up in an altercation with a man in the dark clothing. In his sprang in action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him. Kano was already sprinting towards the fight. Oof! Wow, someone's really starting to pick a fight with him. The other man knocked Sasayama onto a pile of garbage. Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet. His opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. He finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who first taken the attaché case back in the scramble. Tariq Al-Kawawan. You! Kino growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al-Kawan round the legs. But Al-Kawan nimbly stepped aside. Kino's arms closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Kawan deftly wrapped the arm round Kino's neck. Kino felt a vice-like pressure on his carotid artery. A move known as the frontal choke sleeper hold. Constricting the carotid artery stops blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness. Also known as a guillotine choke. Ooh. I can understand why. Jesus. As Colonel quickly begins to slip away. Oh no you don't, you bastard! He snarled. Lowering his center of gravity, he got hold of length and used it to use his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Yeah! Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Cannon managed to lift his opponent high into the air. He continued the movement to heave right over himself, slamming him upside down into the heap of trash. Ooh, ow. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Well, you've got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Owen was sprawled out on top of the mound of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and spluttered. Keno went to help him on his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. What are you doing? Stanley asked. Helping Sasayama, what does it look like? We need to apprehend Alcuan first. He was not even conscious. Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. You alright, he asked. Yeah, Sasayama went. You bailing me out, though? Can't let the missus know about that. Mum's the word, Kano said. He took an arm out of Sasayama and helped him to his feet. Managed to find the guy who had the attaché case, said. But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me. It was a nasty look. So here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police anyway? He shook his head in exasperation. Sasayama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American. Who's this guy? A long story, Kano said. He feels Sasayama in on the situation. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy, Stanley said. Him down by Alcuan's unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hands behind his back. Kano paused, and his sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? Wasn't that skill or kill? The unconscious man had a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion. A two-headed scorpion? How would that work? Stanley strode over. You find something, he asked? Yeah, I think this guy might be a ringleader. Seeing the image, it reminded Kano of something he'd heard back at headquarters, that the head of a foreign syndicate had a scorpion tattoo. He relayed his information to Stanley. I see. Stanley called up Kuze on his cell. You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in that case. Here. Wait a second, says the young man. That was sarcasm, wasn't it? Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort that guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure, seeing how very capable I am. Kevin felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Hello? He asked wearily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had a little edge. It's me, it's Shizu. Damn it, Keno thought. He did not have the time for this right now. But if he just hung up, he might be even in deeper hot water. Not to say the messy out of the phone, or decide he better listen to what the old man had to say. Yeah, I better listen to what the old man had to say. Yes, I'm afraid I'm not really at liberty to take a personal call right now, even if it is from my father-in-law. You do this best to sound apologetic. I'm not your father-in-law. Yes, of course, sorry, sir. I bowed his head reflexively, feeling like an idiot. You really don't give a damn about keeping me waiting like this, do you? Sir, I swear to you, I feel terrible. Please, I just... Frustedly took a deep breath and recomposed himself. I promise you, sir. I promise I'll be there. If you can just wait a while... Don't make promises you can't keep! Jesus' barking rebuke made Kano break out into a sweat. You think I'm gonna let you off the hook just because you're working a case? This is exactly why I don't want my daughter with some detective. Wait, wasn't it covered that the father was also a detective? So he should know what it's like? Fucking dick. Great, another angry tirade. But didn't you used to be a detective, sir? Yeah, exactly my point. Kano muttered. You watch yourself, you little rat. It's not enough that you keep calling me your father-in-law. Now you have to bring that up. Evidently, Kano had touched a raw nerve. Ever have a dentist hit a nerve while drilling a tooth? That's where this expression comes from. It seemed like anything he said only made matters worse. Well, you're not off the hook, Shizu continued. I am never letting my daughter marry the likes of you. His fury hitting the crescendo, Shizu promptly hung up. Why on earth did Shizu hold such intense malice towards police detectives when he'd been one himself? He had become a detective for Rumi's sake in the first place, and now it was the biggest thing holding him back. Hey, come on, let's go! Saying his voice snapped Kano out of his daze. Grimly followed the American back to the car. Again, Stanley was thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hadn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate's hand now. And got sight of a girl in a hoodie weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. Miku Morita was a fighter in the cosplay fighting club bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama, the cat in the street fight. She's thinking about what to do with herself now. She rolled down the window and called out. He rolled down the window and called out to her. Excuse me, miss, did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? The road, I mean. What's with all this traffic? Oh, right. Apparently there was some big accident over by the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think you guys are going to be going anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went about her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't just some typical ransom case, he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, he said, I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single word, monosyllable. Drugs. What? Rita's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for Okishari Pharmaceutical? I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa recently oversaw the development of a new drug. Oh, I want a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, expenses totaling 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 300 million dollars, US dollars. Before it is approved, worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to tremendous costs of labor and equipment. Not to mention the fact that if you don't test out a drug thoroughly, there's chances that you're going to be poisoning and killing people. Or in the one case where children were born with missing limbs and even missing head. Jesus. With what's it? Formaldehyde? Formaldehyde? I can't remember what one it was. But yeah, and now I'm thinking maybe they want the sister, because I think Osawa said something about that he did something to one of the girls, like an experiment. So maybe one of the girls has something in her bloodstream that these people are after. It's the only theory I have. Someone is trying to get their hands on it. Kim's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? The international criminal mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kim regarded Stanley's face carefully. It's more cool and serious than ever. So wait, does this mean that the reason we're letting the syndicate walk around unfettered is my orders? Yes. Is it my orders? Yes. I see. So the only thing you're really concerned about is catching this international mastermind? Precisely. Keno felt like he was starting to get a picture of some sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care about what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Keno clenched his fist. His hand was shaking with anger. Dictator number 8. When you really want to punish something, you really probably shouldn't. I mean, those are definitely life lessons, yes. Keno recited the words inwardly like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right at Stanley's face. They didn't say, dodge this, like the Matrix. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed, and chafed against the feeling of utter futility. One after another, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What happened to Hitomi and Tatino, her bodyguard? And now, on top of all this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away with Aokawan without any backup. Now that Jack had alerted him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. Finding back his fit of peak, Kano got out of himself. To do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like, similar to doing something like in a huff. Ah, okay. In a huff. Right, I get it. Both are some interesting choices. I think I'll go for phoning up the creepy detective Kajiwara. The station that you saw, for instance. You hope that a little more information about the family's 2 daughters might shed some light on the situation. Detective answered properly. Kojiro here? Hey, it's Kiddo. Kiddo? A horrid jarring beeping was audible from the other end of the thing. What's that noise? Kiddo asked. Sorry, hold on. I can't really hear you. Okay, go on. It sounded like Kojiro was moving away from the source of the noise, so Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Asawa girls. Honestly, Dr. Kano, I thought you were more mature than this, Kojiro said disapprovingly. What? Come again? Kano was so bewildered. What's with this attitude all of a sudden? You've got a little crush, don't you? Kojiro told him. What? No, detective, that isn't why. You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to the investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive myself once. I guess I can tell you one thing. Kano kept his cell phone pressed tight against his ear. Two girls? They look exactly alike. Oh! Kojiro, just fuck off. He kept his voice low as if he were revealing some major secret. But Kano knew this already. Everyone assigned the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing. However, Kojiro continued, still sotto voce, their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister, Hitomi, is quiet and reserved, but Maria is apparently more of a busybody. I see. I thought back on Hitomi standing in front of the statue of Ichigo. She had indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Perhaps she was less demonstrative, but her heart certainly seemed to be in the right place. Why? There's someone shouting in the background wherever she was. Huh? What was that just now? He asked. Mr. Sora, the girl's father. I think something might have happened. Kojiro's voice was laced with concern. I should go see what this is all about. Yeah, probably. But Kano, tell me. Yes? Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on? Yeah, hang up. Yeah, exactly, Kano. That's the best way to deal with that asshole. Just hang up. Well, that's traffic began to move again. Well, as soon as it did, however, Stanley had a slam on the brakes. The rep stopped to make Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He adjusted with his chin. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking on the sidewalk, was Al Kwan, very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. They crept up to their target as silently as possible, and then rushed him once they were close. In a moment they subdued him, Kano used his own body weight to hold Al Kwan down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, hey, guess you didn't get the memo, huh? Kano flashed a coy grin. There, let me go. Let you go? I think your body here might be having problems, Akira said to Stanley. I am a free man. Theo turned and glared at Stanley. What is he talking about? No idea. First things first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate and hang out by myself. You don't think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. That's ridiculous. Then I guess he must have escaped on his own, Sam replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remains that he couldn't just let Alcoran go. He gave Stanley detailed directions to hang out, and the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captive, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Alcoran that would have helped solve the case. Maybe that was the wrong issue to call that rather than that guy. Oh no, maybe not. He was opposite Alcoran in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. Alcoran had sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompts or questions. What time is it right now? He asked. They'd taken away his watch, his wallet, and a small knife, and his keychain. This was the third time he asked to know what the time is. I was concerned what time it is, Kino asked. Akira gave no reply. Are you waiting on something? Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kino wasn't sure what to make of this, but he took a look at his watch. It's around 2 o'clock, he said. What time exactly? It's 2:18. And how many seconds? Look, just cut the crap. Kino grabbed the prisoner by the collar. What the hell are you people after? I could immediately repeat this question. What is it right now? Alexander shoved his wristwatch in Alcrona's face. Ah, it's 2020, Alcrona said. Okay then, that should do it. What does that mean? The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kino's best efforts, however, Alcrona said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways. Kino, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already done over. Well, Colonel Vaughan hadn't even recapturing him. Ironically, his action actually disrupted the investigation. Maybe letting the syndicate run free for a time being really was the right call. Someone can do something at 1340 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities. Thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation play differently. Huh. Interesting. We'll have to find out what that is then, won't we? Diago Financial Dude Delivery. What? Interesting name. Hey, let's go for the stabbing. Stabby. Alright, there we go. Anybody want to put in the money for the 200? You purely missed it last time, but Geek's here now, so he might do it. Let's go with the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's see who should get it. Diego Financier Due Delivery, and then there's also Is Sia Not Sia. Weird fucking names. Anyway, yep, he hasn't redeemed it, so yeah. Gives the 200 to somebody else for a while. And Is Sia Not Sia gets the monk. There you go. Oh no, I should have made it random, shouldn't I? Oh, never mind. Yeah, go first in that one. Whatever that thing is. That tomb one looks kind of interesting though. Let's see, get 8 kills, place Orc Slayers. Five minutes, really? Fuck your 5 minutes. I don't think I've got anything else to place, do I know? I just placed the fucking cat. Oh, I like that cat. Right. Something at 1340. Maybe something that Achi does? Or something that Tama does? No, Tama's still to keep out. Perhaps one of these two, actually. Yeah, I'm just gonna go home. Why can I not jump? Okay, now I can. There we go. Break through the tape. Oh, whoops, what are you doing? A girlish voice exclaimed. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. Car fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. Cat girl panted visibly, her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. You're late, you know, no one else. What the heck have you been doing? When you come in by a paw, he vanished to the end of the back room. Chubby cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Almost past after the organizers reappeared. Ladies, terribly sorry to have you keep waiting, he called out. But now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. And the old woman can't get clear stage. I'll to explain how this ravishing new dark drink works in magic, the young woman exclaimed cheerily. Cat nodded and threw her arms up. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. That sales demo was underway. Good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes into the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamour filled the room. What are you trying to pull? I believe you actually trying to sell some of this. The outrage had been triggered by something the young woman on the stage had said. She'd inadvertently let slip the Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100 yen shop. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them immediately tried to storm out the room. Now the organiser, the full-figured young woman, and the woman in the cat costume were at the door, doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gone pretty interesting, really. He pulled out his digital camera and started firing off snapshots of the angry crowd. Some modern digital cameras come with a remarkable ability to automatically trigger the shutter when the subject smiles. This function also works if the camera is presented with a TV or photo image of someone smiling. There are even cases of cameras recognise the faces in wood grain or ceilings. After all, if we can make faces out of the wood when we're gazing lazily up the ceiling, we can't fault a camera for doing the same. Fortunately, their frenzy was so intense that he soon caught up with the flow and pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess I just need some interviews instead of taking pictures. Excuse me, he asked one woman, would you mind if I asked you some... Shut your mouth! Oh, Jesus! Remind me a little bit about... Don't you talk to me! Could I get a word on... Unbelievable, just unbelievable! The woman was so enraged that Ringo couldn't get any of them to give him the time of day. Jesus Christ. Only a tiny crowd had surged out of the room and departed. Ah, well, guess I've got enough to do to write up at least. Though it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. He decided to try an interview with the man who organised the fiasco. How did the guy feel, for instance, about his product scam falling through? Anyway, the event, Mario passed by the cat mascot. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed generally dejected that Bunny Hammer had been a bust. Hey, I'm Minokawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time. The organizer sat alone in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you. The man's voice had lost all the earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Hand him a business card. I introduced himself as Yagashita, and Minokawa got right down to business. So, your sales demo is over, Mr. Yagashita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow's another day, I guess. I was impressed by the guy's candor. Actually, wait a minute. If you can sell memberships to that club that he's a part of, and he only goes for that one girl, he could sell his membership and pay off all the debts. I'm really surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm plenty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts, and I lost. She didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Is that what I asked? There was a girl I was in love with, she said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Ah, interesting, she said. You wouldn't be the first man to go to such lengths for a woman. Yeah, she said, I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike me as some dyed-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided that it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, she went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off, you know? Oh, it's good he's actually seen that way, because that is a fact. You got that right. Not in agreement. So I just figure, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity will come my way. A more earnest smile broke through Yoshi's forlorn expression. Like, I wish Toyama could have been there to hear this fellow. I have a friend who's in an incredible amount of debt myself, I said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with scratch cards in this magazine, and... Scratch cards? It's not important, I said hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco certainly wouldn't do Toyama any favours. Anyhow, debt is a terrible thing, I nodded sagely. Oh, by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with the group SOS? Apparently there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? And she shook his head. No, never heard of them. Guess I'm not going to get any leads on that case here. I wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. How about the Shibuya Now survey? Because he might need to get more things from it. And he'd be willing to take part in his Shibuya Now survey. A burden off Chiaki seemed to be the best idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling, you can't repay your debts, and yet you still refuse to give up, believing the opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? You paused in thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. I was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure, I can pay off my debts, but even so, she looked Minokawa right in the eye. The 2 cute young girls I've got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes, maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright, Minokawa was surprised. And I mean, So what if I've got debts? And she went on. In the long run, none of that really matters. Not really. There was a knock on the door. Oh god, it's the Yakuza, isn't it? Oh, excuse me a moment. Yes, she said. I wonder who that could be. He opened the door and his face froze. Damn! Wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Miyokawa? Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I've had a little something crop up here. So if you don't mind... Oh, sure, no problem. I've got other interviews I need to get to anyway, so I'll just... Yeah, he wasn't out of the door before... Oh, he was out of the door before he could even finish. So in the hallway, we could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. and two other men. I couldn't make out any words, but you could tell they were arguing about something. It was probably some consumer complaint against one of his products, or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. No, they don't. Well, maybe if they're small, but not if they're big ones, no. You hang in there, Mr. Yangshita. Oh, perfect timing! Oh, God. Another stepped short and a familiar voice called out to him. It was a man he'd spoken to earlier that afternoon on surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. What is it? I'm really busy right now. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Oh, raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago, I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? There been some kind of international sting or something? Well, whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. The car followed his brow. A suspect arguing the cop outside the police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling that he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterwards, the man said. Afterwards? Leaning conspiratorially. The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off. Whoa, what? I'm telling you, man. It had been like a bribe or something. A bribe? That seemed unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on. You're not making this all up, are you? I asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. It's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away. Why do I have to? I said. If you have to tip the police off, go give it yourself. He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. Besides, they're never going to believe someone like me. Okay, so maybe you have a point there. But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody. I didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. For the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with these scary thugs around. What thugs? What line of business are you in anyway? Huh? The man suddenly went pale. Whoops. I gotta get going. He skidded off in alarm. I always left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other direction. For long, he arrived back at the Cafe Lutric. Or whatever. Lutric. The clock on the wall showed what it was. That it was close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill out 6 more pages before the loan company came to Heaven Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? He said in a low, stern voice. You've got no good magazines here. He looked up. Oh God. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who'd been yelling at his daughter earlier. Evidently, he'd been here at the cafe this whole time. Have you got any magazines for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Carol glanced at the magazines in the rack. They were mostly geared towards a younger reader. Rachel sifted through the stacks and pulled something from the back. Perhaps this would be to your liking, sir, she said. She had an issue of 4-star general gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use a paper it's printed on for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Rico couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued to grumble as he went back to the seat. He headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was bad news. Toyama might end up with even further debt. Bah! I yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? Rachel just rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine itself is still perfectly readable, Miguel said. No problem here. He stood back to the sea and gazed at the laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Jackie a call. But yeah, what's he working with? Fucking Windows Vista? Oh, Windows 9? What? No, I can't remember what Windows was fucked. She put the phone right way. She put it my way. Hello, Miko asked. Hi there, good to hear from you, Jackie replied. How's progress? I did it, Jackie said, a voice overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I could have done without you, Mr. Mino. Her voice had done a complete 180. Mikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said, head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Jackie chirped in reply. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Mikawa told her. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot on the layout. Abbreviation for desktop publishing refers to the process of editing a manuscript layout on the computer preparatory to sending it to the printer. Proprietary to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for publishing but has not actually been printed yet is also sometimes called DTP. Sure thing. They were hung up and was storing at the sleeves. He sure was towing a pretty narrow line today. Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he returned back toward his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? Laptop launcher was still black, empty screen. There's no way it would take this long to finish booting. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. Has you decided to pick now of all times to get up the coast? The girl felt the blood drain from his face. Maybe it needs charging. Oh, ooh, okay. To be continued. So we've finished that bit. We need to do something to jump to there. Achi and Kano have two bad ends. So I'm guessing we're stuck with Osawa then. Max Gentleman System. Perfect timing. Yes, calm down, blah blah blah. The thing's fucked up. Sound wasn't stopping, decided better do something, and I took the bug tracker and checked behind the case. Didn't seem like something was coming from there. She had to pull out each and every one of the books off the shelf. Nothing. So I checked the area around his computer. He scanned the monitor, the case, the power outlet, but he found nothing that it could be listening to anymore. He found a small screwdriver and dismantled the mouse. The round circuit board was lined with chips, but nothing appeared to be out of the ordinary. Still, the mechanical sound continued mocking him. Just try to find it. Go ahead, look everywhere. Beep, 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 beep. He was being ridiculed. The sound just wouldn't stop. And still the time ticked past. In 5 minutes? 10? Maybe more? He began to lose hope that he could find the listening devices and even stop caring. Instead, he was overcome with a feeling that this room, which for years had been his sanctuary, had ceased to be his own. It was as if some other had intruded on the land to claim his personal space. Oh God, was I meant to choose something else? We began to hear the tractor sound and a high-pitched laugh. The cursed, relentless noise, cruel and taunting, the mockery of the devil himself. So I held the bag tracker against the wall. He picked it up, only to smash it back to the floor. He stomped on it furiously, and started to snap, coming with the sensation of the thing being crushed underfoot. The noise stopped. Or, well, it ought to have. And yet for some reason, the whole noise kept remaining as how it is. It wasn't coming from the bug tracker after all. It was inside his own head, somewhere inescapable, echoing within his skull. No, the noise didn't stop. It only grew louder. Why? Why? Sawa screamed. Why? Why was he being tormented like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't even think straight. I mean, he felt his mind beginning to dissolve. Huh. Yep, so I phoned the wrong person then. Brain freeze. This isn't beating on the bug tracker, wound up driving Osawa out of his mind. What Chiri was about to say, just before he got the phone call, was pretty crucial for Osawa to hear. Who they called distracted him, blah blah blah, okay. Alright, we need to go back to the decision here then. See, I was afraid if we find the phone detective, he'd escape. But no, it's gonna have to be the first one then. Dialed up Sasayama. Wanted to make sure that partner had gotten Al-Quran back to the precinct safely. Sasayama picked up and almost right away. Okay, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Al-Quran back? Nah, I've got time taking care of him. The Tatino taking care of him. Wait, what? Joe could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tatino? He asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. In such a belief. What about Hitomi then? Suddenly glanced over at him, curious. Tatino says he lost track of her somehow. And then he got called back to the precinct, apparently. Tatino had lost track of her? That's not like him, Ken thought. Since he was heading back there anyway, I handed our guy over to him, Sasayama said. I see. I was glad to hear that Tatino was alright, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought of what had happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back to tailing the attaché case, Sasayama continued. Today is my wife's birthday, you know. My plan is to wrap this thing up ASAP, so we can celebrate tonight. I already got a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi. But Shizu's face popped up in his mind's eye, right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. Doriyama Academy graduate and national celebrity, her popularity shows no signs of slowing down after she played the female lead in such films as The Beast That Hoarded Gold, At the Heart of the World, and The Swidden Fortress. There is another nationally famous actress with the same name, but it is a nationally known fact that the two are completely separate people. Seriously, Sasayama, hang up. Kino bit his lip and slipped his phone back in his pocket. Still, that whole thing is curious. Yeah, then leads to the bad end, okay. Now, we should have... Shit, no, that leads to the keep out. I didn't need to keep out. They were sealed in, but how did that end? Oh, I think we laid out long enough. I should said last. I think we should be on our way. There's feet and head voice outside the storeroom again. Oh yeah, that's fake, yeah, that's blah blah blah. Theatre guys returned because they forgot something. Oh, Tomo-chan, that's me. Should look at the LCD display. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Oh, okay. So he began typing out a response with practiced ease. More wild delusions rose in Eshi's mind. Ideas or fantasies conjured up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Achi's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Okay. Oh God! Stealing a quick glance at Tomi, he noticed her gazing happily at her phone's screen. Delusions ran even more wild. Oh God! While he was still fretting furiously, Tomi finished typing a response. So what did I do that changed things? Like that. So, what did you wind up saying? Actually asked. I see the situation. That we're trapped in a storeroom. You've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van. Yes, but I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police. Who this Tanaka guy was, Tomi sure seemed to put a lot of trust in him. A short while later, Tomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash of all eagerness. Achi couldn't help but ask, so, does that much pretend he didn't notice? Yeah, let's see my essay. Couldn't help but ask, so, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? Jealousy in his voice, oh God. He says he's going to try and find the minivan for us. Huh? If he just comes and lets us out, I can go look for it myself. He says he wants us to hide out here a little longer. Oh, what the hell? Seriously? He says that if someone's after me, it's safer to stay where we are. Yeah, I'm out of the running, as she thought of himself. The Senago was clearly pretty concerned for her. I don't think it's like that, mate. But I mean, who knows? I wouldn't know. Here we go, battle time. Steppy, 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 stab, stab, stabby, stab, stabby, stabby, stab, 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 stabby, stab, stab, stabby, stab, stab, stabby, stabby, stab, 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 stabby, stab, stabby, stabby, stab, stabby, stab, stabby, stab, stabby, stab, stabby, stab, stabby, stab, stabby, stabby, stab. Stabby stab, stabby stab, stabby stabby stab, stabby stab, stabby stab, stabby stabby stab, stabby stab, stabby stab, stabby stab, 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 stabby stab, stab, stabby stab, stab, stabby stab, stabby stab, stab, stabby stab, stab, stabby stab, stab, stabby stab, stabby 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 Fucking hell. This is a battle that keeps going. Ugh. Gonna die in this point. Anyway, CTC8 998 gets this. Forgotten Dragon Bite gets that. And Deadbird Online gets the fuck off. Gets the monks. Alright, let's find out what this place is like. Oh, I got to place a second orc. Orc Slayer, rather. Oh, these things. Explosive mousetrap. Only assassins can attack traps. Rogues have a 70% resistance to damage to traps. Disarm. Press the tap switch to disarm it. Fire trap. Use. Tap it. How the fuck do I tap it? Whatever. Anyway. Let's see. Think I'll go to leave for a bit. Be back soon. Back in a bit. Ugh. Actually, let's see if I can just... Back to the scene. Get that in place. Good. And was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. Ash turned his own phone off, then slept back in a huff. I'm not sure what I did to change this, but I dreamed 1 minute into the story, and the two were sitting in silence. Sachi had run out of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? You and that one guy, Sasumo, I think it was? This question caught Sachi off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. She shook her head. I'm so sorry, I barely know you. That was insensitive of me. No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things could go back the way they used to be. I said that with a tiny sigh. What that you guys said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Terry gave a slight nod. I mean, I don't want to be in charge of a gang or anything. But I knew that if I left SOS, we'd just fall apart. I didn't want everyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it. Looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. Otherwise, the full pool that served as the pool hall that served as SOS headquarters. I remember playing pool, more formally known as pocket billiards. This particular place is a pool hole serving alcohol. The standard pool hole is rectangular in shape, sports 6 pockets, 4 in the corners and 1 in the middle of each long side, and supports multiple games including 9-ball, 8-ball, and rotation. There are also tables without pockets. This style is known as carom billiards. Never heard of it. What do you mean you're leaving? Soon was positively red in the face. You're a founder, Achi. You can't just up and quit. Sumo had been almost like a younger brother to Achi. If anyone was going to try to stop him, Achi knew full well it would be Susumu. Look, I'm not getting any material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we're all able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all that stuff you taught us. Don't you remember? Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Those are your words, Achi. Did I say that? It's the heaviest thing you ever said. Then, to Achi's consternation, Susumu got on down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Fucking hell, that's intense, isn't it? Without you, SOS is nothing. Achi could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Oh God. Susumu, I'm sorry. Achi could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't, Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that. Achi turned his back on him in silence. Please, Achi, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough of all the request nonsense, Achi grimaced. What? Look at you, down on your hands and knees like that. Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling, or capable of motion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on, the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. No, I did not know that. I just spoke as harshly as he could, fight and mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you, all of you. His mouth actually could feel his own heart breaking. But if he could make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap. Susumu's tone had changed from sadness to anger. Fine then, he railed. I'm never asking you for anything again. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reins of SOS. And she walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck, I mean it. Once he out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face. It was wet with tears. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologise to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never going to happen. Not unless Susumu gets better. He stared at a distance at nothing in particular. At least he'd sort out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Tommy asked. She needs a heart transplant. And the problem with heart transplants is that the timing is tricky. Essentially implanting one person's heart into another's body. Such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted, however. Chief among them, that the donor must first be brain dead. Ah, yeah. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things get dicey. Because the lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as warm ischemia damage, in any organ removed from a human body, a transplant must be carried out and blood circulated restored within a certain time window, known as total isometric time. In the case of a heart transplant, total isometric time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations. Oh wow, I didn't realise. Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her. Somewhere they could perform the surgery within that 4-hour window. The odds of that happening are so small, it would almost be a miracle, which is why my sister's been waiting for. And she thumped the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'd gladly let her have it. And I've got a strong heart too. He thumped himself in the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Tony, but Suzune's blood type made finding her a heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. Bombay blood? A type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types of ABO or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai, on India's west coast, the blood type takes its name from the city due to its relatively high incidence rate among the inhabitants. Huh. So it's not a standard blood type then. That's interesting. It was one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently there are only a few dozen people in all of Japan who have it. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centres seldom have them in sufficient supply. For this reason, when such blood types are discovered in everyday testing, samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperatures lower than 80 degrees below centigrade. Yikes. If Suzune were ever to receive a heart transplant, it would need to be someone who also had Bombay blood. Actually, it totally sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune. If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do? What do you mean? Say if you happened across someone who was a donor match. I would do anything. Anything? Yeah, whatever it took, I'd risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I'd assume God had granted me a miracle or something, you know? What if the twins have Bombay blood? Mr. Tanaka? Unfortunately for those two, it's not Mr. Tanaka. Right now, Tanaka is at Osawa residence on his way to speak to Kenji Osawa, who's washing dishes after lunch. Jump! And break the tape. Yes. Director, you have a moment? Tanaka poked his head in the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yes, of course. Sawa took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kijura. I won't be in this anymore. As soon as he had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him, I got an email from Totomi. She had a cell phone of Osawa. Looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Someone knew you could trust Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she's told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry, I don't really have any idea, Osawa replied. You're ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Naka picked up on his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. Wait a minute, didn't she tell him where they were? I swear she did. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. I could pause for a moment and thought, looking like he might have a hunch. Alright then, he said. We'll have to look in more detail later. With that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Osawa? Spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping in on me again, huh? So I grumbled. Thankfully, it didn't appear that the detective had overheard his conversation with Tanaka. And good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? As the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter, something wasn't right. Someone now realised. Mr. Sora, this is my bug tracker. So? What I mean is, sir, this one isn't broken. What? A chill wrapped up Sora's spine. Yeah, that guy had a bug on him. He swore audibly. Pinmo is also a signal, Kijiro said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, I must have misheard that. Hold on, say that again. The video is the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time I saw it heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. So I felt blood drain from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they'd heard about the email from Hitomi. If the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kijiro broke into a sprint. I saw it follow close behind. Ooh. Things are getting interesting there. But what could have happened here to mess that up? No, that must have been the collecting, because otherwise we wouldn't have gone to the continue bit. Yeah, let's get this battle going. Stabby, oh, I thought for a minute there you could like click on it, but no. Means units can't press switches. Makes sense. Yep, Ricardo, hit that. Woohoo! And the stupid man got the chest right. Promethean gets this. Some geek gets the mage. Yeah, I mean, I started late in that, so I better end it. Right, let's find someone to raid. Sandy is still offline. Sunday Chronicles. Oh, you know, I've said hello to Samantha in a while. Let's say hi. Mute myself on that end before I unmute this. Yeah, just get out of the way. Why can't I hear her? Oh, now it's muted. Unmuted.
Stupid.
Yeah, that certainly was a stupid moment for me. Right, let's say hello to her then. There we go. Yep, share the love everybody, and I hope you all have a good night. And, yeah, I'm terrible at signs off. I'm terrible at signs off. Anyway, good night, everybody.
I don't know about at your age, though. Because I would be very unhappy if I were you.
Yeah.
Yo, he's an archaeologist. What up? Breaking new ground? In what way? Oh no, I'm not saying to kill yourself. I'm saying if I were you, like if I were like as unhappy as you, I would probably kill myself. But I'm pretty happy. There's a raid thing, but the notification or the message didn't come up. Oh, yeah, it's fine. You could try to report it, have fun with that. I mean, I know you're going to, because again, this is the only way you can feel any sense of power in your life. Because you're small and sad.
Hmm.
Yeah. What's up, dude? Thanks for the raid. What were you up to? Yeah, no. I'm having more fun dealing with this dude than, like, I don't know, planning or whatever. I've heard good things about that. That's a Wii game, yeah? I think it recently got ported off of it, though. It's what's it called? Blanking on the genre. Fuck. Jesus. F&B game. Like Tensoft? Honestly, yeah, I would play Buster. Yeah, it's an F&B game, yeah?
The real pictures, but they're not really full motion video.
Oh, it's pictures? So it's a PowerPoint presentation game. Fine. Made it. Yeah, remember it got really good reviews, but like at the time or whatever, from like I think Famitsu, I think it got like a perfect score from them, if I recall correctly. Granted, Famitsu stopped being like the most, I don't know, a perfect score from them stopped meaning as much over time. Once you realize you can talk for a long time. That is my specialty. Wait, hold on, I have a tweet to make.
No, it seems like whoever that dickhead was has disappeared. Good, good, good.
Oh, yeah, hold up.
Actually, maybe I should put down another Switch game for Fresh Friday. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna go in lurk mode and leave the stream on that. Again, love you all. Hope you all had a good one.